Howdy there, folks. How's everyone doing? Get some music going. Just a little bit, hopefully, to upgrade the stream. Showing music now. At least that's the idea. Alrighty, so the last stream. Oh, where was I? Was it the last stream or was it the one after that? I had gotten some help from Cool AJ86 to get the Crypt Store stuff working. And if I recall correctly, I should have checked my last video, but I think I may have broken it. Broken something. Maybe I fixed it. I guess we'll find out. So, things need to be shifted around still. I believe I updated a to-do list here. Let's see if this is up to date. So, update browser storage code to work with refactored text encoding and multiple wallets. Yeah. And update dash keys usage to latest version. Dash keys usage. I think I may have already completed this one, but I'm not positive. Dash keys. What's that? So there's that. Generate with non-HD. And then with to address. Oh wait, that's confusing. Did I start to do something and not finish it? Why is that this way? So if no, yeah, maybe. So. So if no whiff. Yeah, this all needs to be refactored still, I believe. I'm gonna undo those changes real quick. This code certainly needs to be refactored, but I'm wondering if anything that is done already is worth committing. I think this was broken though. Let me verify this stuff before I go jumping on that. I think I had changed something that broke things, so let's open up DevTools. Alright, unexpected non-white space character after JSON, and that is line 85. This music seems a little loud. I'm going to turn it down, but if anyone feels differently, let me know. Turn it back up. Oh, I just noticed something else. That's annoying. I had, oh, interesting. So if I do that, ooh, That's not expected. Let's see. Messing with this, my avatar in the bottom left. I had made some adjustments to it. And, maybe a little. How's that? And maybe let's bump it by a little bit more than that. How's that? Okay. So I like when it responds like that and kind of bounces as I'm talking, so I think that resolves it. That was kind of weird that it was off. All right, back to code. And by the way, hello, I'm Jojo Byte. I've been working on a lot of Dash incubator projects, specifically this CrowdNode.js UI one. And yeah, it's coming along, it's getting further, but there's some refactoring I'm having to do because of, well, a couple different reasons, but suffice it to say, there's more refactors that need to get done before it can be usable the way I want. But hopefully this way, CoolAJ86 helps me figure out how to get the text encoder working correctly so that we could use the, well, let me back up. We had the script store. I'd based it on some code I had found elsewhere on the internet, also MIT license based, and I had linked to it, but I had changed it around a bit. But I was using some custom stuff, specifically a uint16 array, and doing a for loop over that, and then some reverse trickery stuff between those two to do text encoding before doing encryption, or maybe even after, I forget exactly, but it was storing this stuff as like foreign characters, that it wasn't just English letters and numbers, it was a bunch of just a mix of, I believe, some Chinese stuff. I mean, I don't speak Chinese, but I assume it's some sort of Chinese, and there was, I believe, some like broken looking characters, and there were also some maybe Arabic type characters. I don't know. It was just a weird, it looked really weird, and though it technically stored in local storage, it wasn't easy to like kind of understand what was going on. In any case, CoolAJ86 helped me review the code and get the text encoder stuff. Let's show it here if I can. Where is it? Let's move this over. That's comparison. So he helped me get these working where we're using text decoder and encoder instead of the for loops. We do use some for loop stuff. This is where we convert it to hex or 2 bytes, and that's what's being stored here. Is it's either in hex format, and then that gets translated back into bytes, which then gets used by the encryption logic in encrypt message. So I've adjusted these several times now, and I don't think I need these on different lines anymore. Whoops. All right. I was trying to override this to fix an error. Maybe I actually got the error fixed though, it looks like. Get encrypted storage. All right, what else do we got? It may also be worthwhile to pull this stuff out of CrowdNode UI, especially if it's going to be used by CoolAJ86 in the command line, which is, I believe, what is being planned right now. So hopefully we can get this all cleaned up and working again. But I had broken, well, in implementing this had broken some other stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear this and that and refresh the page here. So it loads without the encryption. That's good, but we need to, I think before I do anything else, we need to do the refactor. This is one of the things I've been meaning to get to. So I had refactored to allow multiple keys, private keys or wallets, but that essentially translates into an array of private keys. Instead of storing it this way, I believe I'm going to do something like DP, so dash, oh wait, no, DK, so dash key, and then whatever the public address is. So for example, right now we've generated this public address. So you'd have something like this instead. So instead of storing things in an array in private keys, we would store each one individually with its public key as the key. So I have quite a bit of UI changes I need to make, but before I can really get to those, I do need to cycle back to getting this refactor done with the changing the public and private key stuff. So let's figure that out now. Gonna close that out. Yes, we are still in the support multiple wallet stuff. And I believe, so I'm gonna do this just to test things right now. If the encryption is working, it will then encrypt and store these encrypted. So we kind of want to make sure it's still working, because I thought I had broken that, but maybe I got it fixed. Okay, sure enough, it did. So it created private keys, and that is clearly different than what it was. That is the hex form of it. And then it created private keys IV and private key. So selected private key IV and private keys IV, which is the init value, I think. And just got a message from CoolAJ86, so. All right. Let's see. So we did verify it's encrypting correctly, and it went wrong. Did it go wrong? Yeah, cannot get encrypted item for private keys, and that is what I was running into last time, which is when I realized that it needs an adjustment so that let's see, it needs an adjustment so that, losing my train of thought, getting messages here, my apologies. Hmm. So I made this note of the function that I want to use. Okay. My apologies. Letting myself get distracted here. All right, so gotta refactor this. So I'm also thinking I need to figure out a way to, well, actually this might be fairly easy. Private keys should be relatively limited in the length they can be. It might be a little bit longer than this. I'm not sure how long they can go, but my guess is I could tune it to the exact length or tune it to, you know, something 5 or 10 characters over this. That would make sure that if this length comes in, it assumes that it's encrypted and tries and like kind of notifies you that it's encrypted and you need to decrypt it. So right now, the way I was relying on that is if there's a private key IV, then you treat it as it's encrypted. However, with the changes I've just made, that isn't quite working how it should. So that's what I need to fix now. So let's try and get this fixed. And please feel free to ask any questions or just say hi if you tune in. So don't mind any questions. It might be worthwhile. Darn. This is where I'm in a weird predicament because I started this where you could only have one key, but we want to support multiple keys. And to do that, I now don't have a UI that does that, so I'm a bit of a chicken and egg situation. I had started to resolve that a stream or two ago before I did this other refactor for the encryption. So now it's in a weird state where I can't easily work on the UI and I can't easily fix the functionality because I don't have a UI to test the functionality. So I think it might, even though it will be difficult right now, it might be better to figure out how to handle the different tabs, for example. So one of the things I was thinking before is I might switch this main function around so that, let's see. Maybe after header, let's say section. And I'll give it an ID of wallet, I think. Yeah, wallet. Okay. I'd actually made these sections, I thought, earlier, but I don't know what happened to them. Or previously, not earlier. So let's call one dashboard, wallet, staking. Okay. I guess it's not wallet. Let's call it wallets. Okay. And a lot of this stuff will be moved around eventually. I'm wondering if it's worth doing one more here and calling it onboarding. So let's see. Thinking these would go in onboarding. This might actually mess up some styles. I'm hoping I didn't do this too narrow. It might look for a form right under the main element. So sticking it in a section might break some styles, but I'm hoping it won't. I hope I didn't do it that specific. Okay, so I think those would also be worthwhile moving. And I think I would like to change this around. Maybe I'll leave that there for now. Put this here. And we will change this into a label. And label. Or equals accept TOS. TOS. And I'm gonna add an input name equals accept TOS. Type is equal to checkbox. Oops, why didn't that? Come on. That's dumb. Why isn't it selecting? Oh my gosh. There we go. Checkbox. And I'm going to comment this one out for now. Okay, so we got that moved. Let me actually see the remember. Okay, so that's how the remember one is being done. So the one I just added for accept should work. If we go ahead and refresh here, I think we should see pretty quick. Ooh. I wasn't expecting that. Why did it inline the... Oh. Let's try that. Oh, no. There we go. Let's try that. There we go. Ooh, that's also really weird. It like... I must have something in there to make it look like a button for links or something. I don't know. That's interesting. Accept the term. Oh, maybe. I'll have to figure out why it's doing that, but may be useful. I haven't looked into this in a long time. I'm trying to think of what it's called. HTML. Can't think of what I'm, or I can't recall what I'm trying to think of. Maybe it's Shadow DOM related. Deprecated. Web components. That's what I was trying to think of. I don't know why I couldn't recall that. So HTML templates contains an HTML fragment. It is not rendered when a containing document is initially loaded, but can be displayed at runtime using JavaScript, mainly used as the basis of custom element structures. Yeah, I've tinkered with web components a long time ago, but you couldn't actually use them at the time. You had to use polyfills and like compile them down to stuff. So it's been a while, but I wonder if it might be useful here. It's funny because I think, or at least at the time, I thought it would be a cool technology, and then React and Vue and Angular and Svelte and all of these other frameworks came about, and web components never really took off. I also don't know if it was just the general resistance to they were kind of Google's baby, and so people wanted to find non-Google ways of doing things. So while they're probably supported now, I believe they're supported. What is the compatibility? Elements, template, shadow root, no. Template, yeah. Okay, so these have been supported for a while. The shadow root, that's interesting that shadow root isn't, but I guess it was deprecated. But there's API shadow root stuff. Open shadow root, close shadow root. So you create custom elements, define open and closed. Do you have to use class extends? Maybe, probably. Don't love that, but defined pseudo class. Interesting. Defined. That's what I was actually looking for, as an example of that. It's kind of cool. I'm getting sidetracked, but it's also like a relevant sidetrack. because I've been trying to think how I would like to do this so that it's still vanilla JavaScript, but still resembles a modern application in the sense of components and stuff. I don't like that though. That's weird. I don't like defining things like that. I would rather have them be sub-elements. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know you could do that. Is expanding list. That's cool. Extends UL. Cool. Yeah, I haven't looked into this in quite a long time, so there's some cool stuff here. Lifecycle callbacks, that's good to know about. Square. Connected, disconnected. Adopted. Move to a new page. Change custom square element attributes changed. Interesting. What are the host selectors? So what is the host selector? I don't really understand what the host selector does. Simple template. This is what I had originally set out to find, is how you do something like this. So you can do a my paragraph and then use it like that. So I was kind of thinking I could wrap these in a template of some sort. Oh, maybe that would describe it. What was it? Host something? Oh, of course, the one I wanted to understand does not have a description. That's kind of funny. All right. I think I might try some of this. Oh man, having one of those days where I just never felt like I really woke up. Feeling like I'm moving in slow motion here. Let's see. So the reason I started looking into that is I wanted to make this private key some form of template so that you could also have it here. Now, I don't think this will work exactly like I'm hoping for because I've already got private key form up here, and the way I've been interacting with it is I believe I've been doing like document dot, yeah. Oh, I've been interacting with it like that. So having two of them, I don't think it will grab, it will just grab whichever first one it sees. So if I refresh this, it also complains apparently. Cannot set properties of undefined setting checked. 102. What if I do defer? Oh, that's right. That's why. So this would be an example is there are now two private key forms. So I could do 2 and 2. So I got rid of that one error. But then you come in here. Accept CrowdNode form. Ah, that's right. So 705. Let's fix that right now. Well, by fix, I mean comment it out while I find. Well, actually. Yeah, let's comment it out for now. What I was thinking though is some of this could be moved. So if selected private key. Oh, that's right. You know what I'm wondering? I've been using serve command line. There, that is what I wanted. So I want to treat this as a single page app. Let's go ahead and restart the server with that change. Alright, it's not erroring. So if I was to do sweet. Okay, that's what I was hoping for. So let's come into the styles here. Well, before I go there, let's set a class on the sections. So what I want here is class equals page. Okay. Probably gonna need to refactor or reorder this CSS as well. It was fine when it was smaller, but I've added enough here that it needs to be reorganized. So let's say section dot page. Display none. All right, so if we refresh, that shouldn't be showing. Did I? I haven't moved it. Oh, and the reason I hadn't moved it yet is I was thinking that it would be used on multiple pages. So I was thinking it would be used here in staking. And dashboard. and maybe even wallets, but for now with wallets, I'm putting it there so I know I need to deal with it, but I'm going to find a better way to do these rather than having it just copied, because this is already giving us trouble. Alright, let's refresh. So now they should all be there, however, they are display none. So if I say display flex, ooh, not flex, don't do that, block, there you go. Displays. Which is where we want to add a little more JavaScript now. So we want to come up to, well, we need to find our main function. It's around here. There it is. So what we want to do is add a document dot get element by ID, maybe? Maybe we'll do a query selector. So query selector. The reason we're going to do that is we want a section. Oh wait, let's use that. Section dot page. We probably need to parse. So location dot. And let's comment that out for now. So main location, we get it. So the href, the path name, starts with the slash. So we could try this, I believe. The other thing I wanted to test first was all right. So with that, all right, I think we can make this work. So let's save that and close, refresh. Well, I thought that should make it. Oh wait, I'm not doing anything with this. So if instead I do class, is this what I'm using already? No? Is it class? Okay. Thought I was interacting with this already. Oh, it's in here. That's what I was thinking of, toggle. Okay, and then there's an add one. Yeah. Okay, so I was thinking class list dot add, let's say active. And let's come back in here and say section.page.active is equal to display block. All right. There we go. That's what we were expecting for the page. But since this one is unique, let's go ahead and change it around and say well, actually, we could change this even further since we're making kind of a new form. Actually, let me back up. All right, so generate. Generate private key form. Use private key form. No, not use. We want add. So add private key, generate new private key. I think we can delete that one and delete that. Now, I thought I had a way figured out for this. I'm surprised I'm not seeing an error for that. Oh, that doesn't exist. I just removed that checkbox. Okay. So how did I do this? Fields, inline. Let's try that. See if it works here. Class, inline. It kind of worked. More than I was expecting. Not exactly ideal though. Am I setting some sort of width values here? I didn't think I did. That's what I was setting. So if instead of width, I did flex 1, 1, auto. Yeah, I like that better. Let's see if it works for the dialog pop-up, but I gotta find that first. So find input, comma. Let's do that. Comment that out. Let's try that. Yeah, it looks like it's still working here too. Awesome. Okay. So add private key, generate new private key. None of these are hooked up yet, but it does give us some fields to hook up. Oh. It also means, we can change these links since we're in single page mode. This, I might not like how that works. I might need to fix that later, but I think it'll be fine for now. And that. Okay, so if we went to dashboard. Is that right? Yeah, I think it is. We go home. It's empty. Dashboard has that. Wallet keys has the add stuff. Staking has nothing. Oh, cool. Thanks for tuning in, CoolAJ86. Sorry I missed that message by more than 10 minutes. Alright, so that gives us some page changing that we needed. And now we're on the wallets page, so I can add some more stuff here. Cool. Making a hotfix for another project. You stepping out on Dash. All right, so what I want to add here is at least the beginnings of a list. I'm just going to do a UL here for now, but I'll probably change this at some point. Actually, let me look. Well, while I got MDN open, what is it I'm trying to think of? Is it data list is not it, I don't think. No, yep, it's not what I'm thinking of. Is it that, DD? This might actually be it. A DL with DT and DD. So it might be that, but it might also be a details that I was thinking of. Yeah, no. I guess details isn't for lists. DD and DT, DL is. I'm trying to decide if I want to use an unordered list or this details list. Or if it would just make more sense to do a table of some sort. I think I'm going to use the DL for now. And maybe I'll switch it. Adding this so I don't have to look that up again, but I will probably add to this list through JavaScript. And, I am running some OC remix. This one I think is. We've also got some, I think, stream beats, synthwave stuff in here, but this one that's playing is, let me copy the title. Oh, it's one of my favorites, actually. Did not have my earphone in though, let me see. Well, that's dumb. I don't know how to copy the title from information. There we go. That message come through in chat. This is actually the one that last week that I got a my video was muted type of warning from Twitch because of it. And then when I looked up, I can't find it now. For some reason, maybe they removed it or found out they messed up. But when I looked up the person who made the claim, it was like some rapper that had taken, I don't know, the first 20 seconds, it added it to their track and then started rapping. Yeah, I saw your post about that for the drunk Finnish guy. It was pretty funny. This was about as bad. It was like some dude trying to seem like he's bad A, and then included this video game song. I wish I could see the warning of why my video was muted. I don't think I got a real copyright claim though, because I have set it up so that it's in the separate track, I think, so they can mute just the music and keep my audio going. So I think that's what had happened, maybe. I don't know. It's also interesting because this should be on shuffle, but it didn't just shuffle into the very next song. Oh yeah, I agree. I'm down to work on that. I just know if we make money at that, it won't be immediately. So right now I need to make a little money first. And then if we can get a breather, I would love to work on that stuff. As you know, you probably know already, I want my own setup that I can verify is not adding to the data in slog of stealing my data or gathering my data and selling it to other people, which I feel like all these other ones do. Oh, I said I agree about the restream stuff. That's something I'm sure you know that I want to resolve for myself, and that's why I've gone out of my way for most of my stuff. But I would like to improve my own stuff so that it actually works as well as I would like and has the chat in there. And I have that partially done, but that was another thing. I was hitting API limits with YouTube, and so I was getting my YouTube access banned because I had tried to build in my own chat. Technically, what I had been doing was working. It was just hitting the API too much and getting it banned, so it would work for like 15 minutes, and then I couldn't access the API anymore. Yeah, with Twitch especially, there's all those extensions and stuff you can add onto your page, but I'm like, okay, how many of these are including telemetry and tracking stuff just for it, like follow me on YouTube button type of thing? Like, I don't really want to install all of these just for that. Okay, so I want to start outputting the addresses to this DL list as they're added, which I'm sure I have at least one. Yeah, I've got one right now, but this is gonna change probably soon here. But I want to be able to interact with these things, and that's why I was building this list. So, oh, that's right. I was gonna name this. So let's give it an ID of, what should we call this? All right, so let's go into the JavaScript. Hmm. Trying to find, I had an idea for how I wanted to do this actually, so I'm trying to find that idea I had mapped out. I might actually do this in a table after all, because of how I think I want it laid out. So I'm gonna flip this already. We're gonna make this a table. Although it might be smarter to do it in a div of some sort. And then just apply a grid to it so that we could make it more dynamic and whatnot, but should I do that? I don't know if I want to deal with all the logic of that right now, so I'm gonna do a table for now. Maybe I'll need to switch this out, but let's see, what is it? TH or is it T head? Yeah, T head is what I was thinking. Then TH is, what does it say about this? A header cell and a table row. Oh wait, this probably needs a TR. Because it said TH is the cell. Yep. And here we make a T body. I guess I can remove these references since I'm not using them right now. Also make a TR here. And here we'll do a TD. Okay. So this is, I'm just getting an idea for the structure I'm thinking. Kind of thinking that we'll have a col span of 2 maybe. Yeah, let's do 2. This one might also be col span of 2. And then we want another row, and this one will not be a col span. It will be individual ones for the actual heading stuff. Okay, so we want, I think, 2 more. Well, at least 1 more, I think. Do we? Let's see. I think we want 3. Let's do that. And then this one will remove that. Okay, so just say my private keys. Maybe I'll say my keys because it will also list the public ones. I'm gonna leave this blank right now, but I want a comment, so I think I'm gonna put some controls in here. And then let's see, how do we want this? So right now I'm kind of thinking like this. Maybe I'll change it like this. Something like that. All right. This might not work having that. I might just drop a symbol in here for now. Oh, that's a good symbol. This part always reminds me of a Muse song. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna drop this in here for now. I don't know if it makes sense, but just indicates I want to use it for some sort of sorting or something like that. Thought I'd find a better one, but I keep searching for like filter and sort and stuff, and my little icon finder ain't finding it. Okay, but I think it will be fine to leave this stuff open, but T-body will be adding through the JavaScript. So let's see what that looks like. That looks all sorts of wonky. What's going on here? So tr th2. Wait, do I have something in here? Oh, that's odd. I'm certainly not using a table for this anywhere. I must have copied over some code I'm using elsewhere. Let's comment that out for now. See how that does. Oh, that's a little more like what I was expecting. But even this, I'm realizing I don't really want this to line up exactly with this column, so it might make more sense to break that out to its own thing. I just have full span 3 here or something, and then have what, like nope, not double. So I'm wondering if I can modify this, or at least copy it. So can I do this? Display flex? Will that work? And then do div flex 110. Still not looking like I would expect. Right, new idea here. I don't like this, but I don't know if you can use a header here. I probably rules against it that I'm breaking. But then you, instead of doing what I was thinking I'd do, we do header flex. And I'm gonna have to lower the, yeah, there it is. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Okay, so flex header, first child. So now I'm thinking if we do t-head header, let's eliminate some of the stuff I was dealing with here without likely conflicting the other things. All right. Up here, I want 2-1. All right, that's what I was hoping for, but also want, let's see, align items. It's not what I want. Not align. I want justify. No? Why is it acting like these have no height? Or what's the line through them? I don't understand what this line is. The other things don't show lines through them. Oh, could it be because of that? That was it. That's funny.
It's about time you showed up, Fox. You're the only hope for our world. Roger, General. We're entering Corneria City now. All aircraft report. Falco here. I'm fine. This is Peppy. All systems go.
Flippy here. I'm okay.
Check your G diffuser system. Open the wing. Here they come.
Hmm.
Everybody stay alert.
All right. I want all of the head to align left. Yeah, something like that.
It's quiet.
Interesting.
I'll check it out. I see him up ahead. Let's rock and roll. Surprise attack! Coming from above!
All right, let's see. We want the last child. TR last child. And for the last child, we want what?
Get this guy off me!
I'm on it.
Well, maybe we want TH.
Back up the squadron.
First child. That's the line left. We want what width to be, say 20% for now. We might want to adjust this. And this one will be auto.
There's one more to go. I'll go it alone from here. Never give up. Trust your instincts.
I think we want even less. Let's do 10. Oh, that didn't adjust as much as I was thinking. About like 5 rim.
All aircraft report.
Hmm.
Good going, Fox. Okay, I'll admit it. You did
It is getting it.
Fox. We are in your debt. Roger, General.
TRTH. Can you not set the width on TH? I thought you could. Ah. Deprecated attributes. Let's see, HTML table th width. Oh, is there something I need to do? Maybe it's because of that. No, go away. It might be because of this. Ah, ha, ha, ha. That's interesting. So let's go back to trying 10%. Okay, that's what I was hoping for. I forget why I had that. I know I've used it in other things, but it's been too long. Auto fixed, auto fixed. Most browsers use an automatic table layout algorithm. The widths of the table and its cells are adjusted. Fixed table and column widths are set by the widths of the table and column elements by the width of the first row of cells. Cells in subsequent rows do not affect column widths. Interesting. Okay, so it can speed up rendering time over the automatic layout method, but subsequent cell content might not fit in the column widths. All right. Maybe this is something I need to worry about at some point, but I don't think it's a big concern right now. So I'm gonna use the automatic. And now that both of these aren't lined up that way, let's come back here and say center. All right. Why is it that table seems so wide, but these have so much padding around them? Margin, I guess. Margin auto. Max width 80. Interesting. Okay. Oh. I'm wondering if I made an oopsie. Oh, I'm good. Couldn't remember if I updated the episode number. Well, looks like I did. Thought I had used 14 already though, but we're good. Okay, so let's get into the JavaScript. We do have a key here, so but it's not in the format that I want based on storing the keys as individual entries in local storage. So I believe we want to shift this around and refactor a little bit, but now we've got a way to display them. So maybe as part of as part of the main function when it loads, I'm thinking we should try to load in the keys as soon as possible if we're on the page. I'm gonna need to refactor even more for what I'm thinking now, so So what I'm thinking right now is, let's have a variable up here called page. Maybe we'll say current page. I don't know. I might change this around at some point. And you could do current page is equal to that. Right, so if current page is equal to let's see. I'm realizing I already dislike this. I'd rather have it just be your wallet, but it's because of the terminology I think that Dash Core currently has is you have a wallet and you have keys inside of that wallet, and the way we're doing this is each wallet is paired to a private and public key, and so it could easily be your wallet is a collection of any of the public and private keys that you've added, or specifically the private key that you've added. I don't know. This is where it might be useful to add some constants though. Dash phrase JS creates a wallet. As opposed to A wallet is a 12-word phrase, or it is the collection of private keys that you have saved. Okay, so instead of having it be wallets with an S on the end, it should be wallet, and it will be a collection of the private keys. And dash phrase now creates a wallet. HD wallet phrase generator that works in Node. So should we no longer be storing the whiffs? Should we be storing the phrases? So what CoolAJ86 is saying in chat here is, I'll start from the beginning rather than skimming it and not reading out loud. A wallet is a 12-word phrase, or it is the collection of private keys that you have saved. DashPhrase.js creates a wallet, which is a library that AJ's been working on. A wallet is also the derivation of a seed from a wallet phrase or an account derived from a wallet seed. It's a multiplexed term. You might just want to finish up with the way you started, but DashHD is ready for you. Dash phrase goes to wallet phrase and seed, DashHD, wallet seed, and account wallet. And then the keys addresses are the leaf nodes. So you still need DashHD and dash phrase. You use them together, correct? So I wouldn't be getting rid of it DashHD. I would be enhancing DashHD with dash phrase. Or of some such. So secure DashHD wallet passphrase generator that works. It is not strictly necessary to use them together, and they are useful apart from each other, but in the normal flow of creating a wallet, as in application, you would use both, okay? So would dash phrase generate create the new dash HD that I was, let's see, from dash keys? So would I use dash phrase in place of this? So instead of dash keys utils, generate with non-HD. So I would generate it with dash HD, not with dash keys. Or are they the same thing? I thought they were different. Okay, so this is saying dash HD from seed bytes. So phrase to seed, seed to, I'm assuming that's root wallet to purpose, wallet to coin type wallet to account wallet to X key wallet to address key with. Okay, I was gonna say. So HD is equal to hierarchical, blah, 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 hierarchical, oh man, that's gonna kill me. Hierarchical, deterministic, hence there's quite a hierarchy. There are 5 layers in the HD wallet system and 2 layers before you get to that. So is dash keys underneath dash HD or above dash HD? Like, does dash keys implement that, or does dash HD implement dash keys? Or are they separate themselves? So since we only care about dash, we skip through the layers, or rather they're a constant. We don't iterate among them. Dash HD uses dash keys to encode to base 58 check. Otherwise known as with. Okay. So I would drop the dash keys stuff here for utils generate with non-HD and actually use dash HD to generate whiffs. And if I need a whiff, there's a way to whiff right there in dash HD. So I need to install dash HD. I don't think I have dash HD in here yet. Is that right? Dash D, not dat. Das HD? Is that a typo right there? Dash D. I am the first person to use this. Awesome. I won't be gentle. Oversharing. AJ. You like Ian Prof. Gosh. Okay. Pull request created. All right, so I'm gonna try installing this. Maybe I'll do both DashHD and DashPhrase. So let's see, npmi that. Can I do multiple? It's been a while since I've tried this. Let's see if this works. Okay. What version of that? Yeah. All right. Ooh. Tried a new drink mix tonight. Don't think I'm digging it. Blue citrus is not my favorite. Oh. All right. Getting sidetracked again from all the things I'm trying to do. I'm gonna see. I don't know if I added this ripe in D1. Let me see if I can install this too while I'm thinking about it. Then I think I'm installing this QR code SVG, but maybe for some reason it does have the minification. So I don't know why I'm including that there. I think I might be getting the QR stuff in here somewhere. Oh, that's right, I got sidetracked. Dash wallet stake. I believe we have a settings. So I was gonna do current page, I think. So if current page is equal to page wallet. Okay. Clear that so I can see base 58 check is not defined. Okay. Well, go to the code, show me. What the heck? Oh, okay. So where's my magic imports? So base 58 check, is that what it is? Something like that. Do base 58 check types. And base 58 check should be that and that, I think. What value was it complaining about again? This one. Base 58 check. This window. Assume that. Okay, and then we're gonna export it like so. that should give us base 58 check, but we also imported RipeMD. I assume we're going to do this again. This time with RipeMD. Is that going to be it? 60, and I'm assuming that. D160, okay. And it exports. Where's it getting exported? Oh, is that how it's doing it? I hope that works. I don't know if that will work the way I've been doing this stuff. Oh my gosh, go away. And RipeMD. Okay, let's see if this works. Then main, we need to come in here and say base 58 check. Maybe we'll add the RipeMD too. All right. Let's see if this fixes it. Is not defined. Is not? Oh, okay. That's where I went wrong. Tells. Some of it fixed, okay, but not the QR code. Okay, so QR code is the other one that's having issues here. Ah. That's being called here, QRSVG. Oh, let's see if we can get QR code in the imports as well and working. Where was it coming from again? QR code SVG. QR code SVG. And min. Okay, so let's try this out. QR code SVG. Well, let's assume we need the dist in the Q. Oh, why is it not recommending? QR code dot min.js. Assume we need that. And need it again. Oops. Only be referenced with ECMAScripts imports exports by turning on flag and referencing its default export. Wait, it has a default export? Okay, I'll try that. And let's see if it works. The expression is not constructible. Type QR code has no construct signatures. Let's take a look then. What about app here? Nope. That wouldn't work. All those requires lib. What's lib got? That's weird. Why is it like that? Methinks this got copy and pasted by someone. Don't think it should be formatted like that. So this method doesn't work because it's not wrapped correctly to allow it to be usable. In module form. I mean, unless this works, I guess I could try it. So instead of QR code types, what if we did this? Well, that's complaining. How about we try it with this one? And then do this. Yeah, let's see if that works. The requested module does not provide an export named default. Yep. QR code is not a constructor. So I might have to bite the bullet for QR code and use the script tag. I want to, but I also don't want to spend that much more time on this, so figure that later. I need to. And some index. Let's re-enable that. Let's see if it works. Okay, but I prefer to use the node modules version. Because I have noticed these script tags using unpackage have a tendency to slow things down occasionally, so I might be able to drop this U request one too. I have root request. Let me see. Root request. All right, let's see if I can use the node module version of root request. And delete this. All right, let's see if that works. I don't know if I for sure need that or not. Okay, guess what? I for sure need that. Where does CrowdNode happen? Come on, init function. I know you're there somewhere. There it is. So CrowdNode init happens there. trying to see where exports is getting defined, if I can define it. So it's coming through type of not module, module exports, or window. All right, I'm not going to deal with this much longer either. I'm just going to leave this one for now so that things work, so I can work on the other things I would like to. We've eliminated a bunch of them. I don't know if we still need dash core. Cool AJ86, you still around? Have you gotten enough done on the Dash wallet utilities that I can eliminate dash core, or do we still need that? Yeah, I'd love to eliminate that dash core lib dependency. That would be amazing. So if we're close to that, that would be really, really cool. Okay. Sweet. And if we clear this and switch, staking. All right. So there was a fun sidetrack, but let's get back into this. When the wallet page loads, we want to be able to populate this stuff with whatever private keys we have. So I had started this. Little function here to test things out. I think I'm gonna wrap it though. So let's say function get stored keys. I might rename this at some point, but it's good enough to get us started. So let's see. I had originally tested this in the browser console, which is why it was one line. Let's see. think store will work because I set it right there. Okay. Cool. So get stored keys, item in store. Item starts with, let's say, DK. You're under. So let's do let keys is an array. Keys dot push item and then we will return keys. Now we want our main function. So we want to get stored keys. Let's say let and for how should we do this? So we want to find the let's switch this up already. So let page L is equal to that page L, add class page L, dot we want to find the table inside of page L. Now we want the table T body, and then we are going to insert JSON HTML after begin, and here should be the fun part. Okay, let's not do that quite yet. Let's loop over it. So we'll say let keys and let so Trying to decide how I want to do this. Keys dot map. I believe it will be private. Let's see. Private pub turn tr, close the tr for table row. In the table row, we'll do a td and a close td. Won't have all the stuff for these values, but this will be I want that placeholder. This. So delete dash. It's a crowd node. Then here we will have let's do I don't know. I might change this. No, I don't want H3s. Let's just do a div two divs. So we're gonna have the hub div and gonna switch this already. Okay. And then we can actually do that, I think. Argument of type string is not, oh yeah. And dot join. Let's say by new line. Okay. That didn't work. I must have got something wrong. So page element, query selector, table T body. I guess I could try instead of page L, I could do it would still be query selector, but it would be found address list T body insert element after begin address rows. Feel like that should work. Definitely on page. Let's go ahead and console. Whoop. Console.log. The music is so much nicer when I'm not the one streaming. I get to enjoy it more. I feel ya. Let's see. By the way, AJ, is or are we able to remove the dash core stuff now? So have you got enough done that I don't need dash core lib anymore? Or is that still needed for CrowdNode and dash site and stuff? Ooh. That is really awesome if I could eliminate dash core lib. Does anything need to be done in CrowdNode or dash site? Okay. Then I will hold off eliminating it quite yet. Or not quite yet. All right. So wallet rows is blank. Oh, derp. Yeah, of course it's blank. Derp to derp. So I think I'm gonna need to disable. Is it load keys? Load keys. Yeah, I'm gonna disable this for a moment. Okay, so now if I refresh, it did not generate the bad keys. Well, they're not bad, they're just not right for what I need to do. All right, so we need to update this load keys function. Oh, you think dash site is safe? That's good. Ooh. So load keys was running get public keys from withs. And that is what I had just implemented a few days ago. Oh, actually, it's my renamed function. So this functionality is what needs to change. All right, so it's possible we need to implement the private key thing here. This private keys is a workaround of what I had working for just a single private key. And it was just getting funneled into this load keys thing, which was parsing over the multiple keys, but what I had started to change up here is this get stored keys thing. So I'm thinking get stored keys could happen around here instead. So let's see, private keys is equal to get stored keys. And yeah, I'm trying to think through how I want to reorganize this so that it works with the, basically we had changed enough in the encryption, the encrypted store stuff, this get encrypted storage stuff that you had helped me with, that it had broke some of the stuff I had working. And so I'm refactoring several things all right now, where I'm refactoring that to work with the new text encoding and the encryption functioning slightly differently, while also refactoring my already refactor of the key storage. So get stored keys is at least my initial attempt, where I'm planning to store the keys like so dash key, like that would be the public key, and then you'd have a private key here. Whatever. So you'd store it like that, and then I would just cycle through everything in the store and put it onto this keys thing and return it. But I think it would make more sense to move this. I wanted that changing immediately, but this might make more sense after private keys, so that you're not redefining that. And keys is private keys.
It's about time you showed up, Fox. You're the only hope for our world. Roger, General. We're entering Corneria City now.
That was originally the plan, to refactor one thing at a time, so, or maybe I should read the comment completely. Pro tip, just refactor one thing at a time, get it working, refactor next thing. I'll often prototype multiple things, throw it away because I can't get it working, and then do it atomically to get clean code and clean commits. And I more or less agree with that, and that is what I had been planning to do and had started to do, but because we had shifted to work on the text encoding for that encryption layer, it threw off what I was planning to do, and I was mid changes for the other stuff for the private wallets and UI stuff. So now it kind of got me in a messed up position where I have to do several things at a time. Well, maybe I don't have to, but I'm choosing to because they're all kind of connected anyways, or they will be. And so figuring it out, like it's a little spaghetti-ish, but by the end of it, it will be a lot better and everything will be being better. It's just annoying because of how it played out, but yeah. So yeah, it's more, my brain is having to do more processing power on what, like how to untangle the stuff and organize it in a way that will work and get the result of multiple private keys, each stored in their own local storage item rather than so with their own key, like you had requested, or like we had talked about. So it's just different than how I was doing it, and yeah, I don't know. It's just something on top. It's not a big deal, and I think it will improve things and it will make it better, more compatible with the command line stuff. It's just extra mental load for me. Well, yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, is I might as well implement some of the DashHD stuff. However, that might be too much. That might be the straw that broke this camel's back type of thing. I would very much like to do the DashHD stuff if I can untangle this first, though. Well, I will definitely give you feedback on that very soon. Maybe even today or tonight. Do you happen to know how long a private key is? That was my dirty, well, maybe it's not dirty. Maybe it's perfectly acceptable. How I was planning to figure out if the key is encrypted is if it's way longer than a private key should be. So if you know, oh, private keys are 40 characters or whatever. So this stuff. So you're saying rather than storing info by address, you might store by HD path and you wouldn't need to save the private key at all. Check DashHD and you'll see examples. They're always the same length. So you're saying use this M/44 whatever type path? So wait, so you're saying use the HD path in the key in local storage or in the value for local storage? So like that, or so they're always the same link. Yes, that's the HD path. I need a PR to change the name of HD key path to HD address path. Since key is a very overloaded term in this context, there's a quick start and a tutorial. So production ready quick start. I don't understand enough about the X key, HDX key path, or the just HD key path. How does that change? So that's 00. That looks like it has an extra /0. This one are ones. Check the tutorial. As a one-off, HD path derivation can be very convenient. This approach would 5 times slower for would be 5 times slower for deriving multiple keys because each key will derive from the root wallet key each time. Define the target HD path indexes. And that shows the HD partial, derive the address key. I don't think this makes the sense that you think it makes. I mean, I'm sure it makes sense if you have all the knowledge you now have. It does not answer the question I'm trying to get, but that doesn't mean I phrased the question in a way that made sense. This is probably the closest I'm getting to the path that defines an HD key, typically of the BIP44 variety. So, wallet root key. purpose key, coin key, count key, X key. I don't like, so these are going to be unique enough that you could store I guess, let me rephrase this. How would you do this in the command line of CrowdNode? Because if what I'm trying to do here is to more or less match it up so that someone can copy whatever keys they have generated or saved straight to their computer and then use it in the command line, how would it make most sense so that it will work on their computer and in the browser with little to no conversion effort on their part? They could just copy and paste type of thing. Like, I had intended to add an export function or functionality that will let them save these keys to be used on their local computer. Take a solid 15 minutes to just read from usage, then quick start, then tutorial. Usage has a bad link. Why didn't that work? Oh. The link at the top is usage over view. It's a W instead of a V for view. Overview. All right, that's why it didn't work. So you generate a wallet by which you await DashHD.from_seed and the seed bytes. Where do you get the seed bytes from? So seed bytes is word list. So dash phrase, to seed. This is where you use dash phrase, okay. In to seed, you use the word list and the secret salt. Then you take that seed bytes, I think that's problematic having, I mean, usage overview looks very similar to production quick start, except it doesn't mention where you get the seed bytes, which is counterintuitive. So you have to come down here to read that. So the word list you use, is that hard-coded for Dash, or? I assume so. Okay, that's weird. So is this actually what I would use for those things then? Is I would use the zoo wrong thing, and then the secret salt of Trezor, whatever. Because this looked example-ish, not this is actually what you'll use. Didn't mean to copy that. All right, so DashHD from seeds as a one-off, you can directly generate an address key by HD path. So HD path, DashHD derive path from the HD path. It's the key, and then you can do DashHD to with from the key private key, or to address from the key public key. Generate an account. So account index equals 0. Await wallet, derive account. Let's see. I might need a break for a few moments. Should be back in about 5 minutes. Hopefully this won't kill my stream. Past couple times I've done this streaming, it's broken things, so sorry. I might be back, but we'll see. So let's go there. And oh man, all my stuff isn't centered. Can't freaking win. Keep adjusting these things. Let's see. Okay. I will be back in a few minutes, about 5. Welcome back. Or welcome me back. I don't know. Something like that. I'm back. All right, let me try to process this. You need the SecP256K1 dash keys dash HD. You generate a wallet from the seed bytes, which gets shown lower down. You could generate it from the HD path. You generate an account with an account index. You generate an X key, extended private or public key with the -HD receive. You generate an XPRV or XPubs with 2 XPRV and 2 XPub. You generate an address by deriving it from the X key, this one, and use. So receive. I'm wondering if this use would be receive, or it probably still would be. Then -HD to whiff. So this is where you would get the whiff of the private key, and that's where you'd get the address, or the public address, I should say. Public key, I don't know, whatever. Production code will look more like this. Get a seed from a user's passphrase. Typo should be index not use. Let address index equals 0. So you have account index, but this should be address index, you're saying? Use, as in make use of, not as in to use and abuse. So X key, derive key with the use, as in you receive, is the use case. But then the key derive address would be, I think, address index. Unless you meant that would go somewhere else. I'm assuming it would be here because here it's derive account index, so this would be address index, I'm assuming. All right, get a seed from user's passphrase. Yeah, I did just check chat. I just read what you were saying, unless I missed a chunk. I saw the whoa, perfectly timed typo. Should be index not use, let address. I see yo, 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 and then I see use, not use, as in make use of. I don't see anything other than that. Alright, so production code will look more like this. Get a seed from a user's passphrase, mnemonic, and secret salt. You take the word list, you take the secret salt. That gets the seed bytes. That's what I was looking at above. Derive a wallet account in X key if possible. Reject the passphrase or seed if account index is 0 is not valid. So account index 0, X key, derive seed bytes, seed from step 1. You take wallet, so wallet here, derive account index. Void await account derive X key -hd change. X key equals await derive X key -hd receive. Error, the passphrase can't generate a valid first account. Note, for multi-account apps, just mark failed indexes as invalid. Derive a batch of address keys. 20 is the typical number. So keys previous index 0 use -hd receive. Last equals previous index plus 20. Let I equals previous index, I is less than last, plus equals 1. Let key equals await derive address key, X key from step 2, last plus equals 1. Okay, so this is looping over, checking each index, seeing if it worked. If it didn't, it increments the index. And then we'll check that next one the next time, I think. Or skip an index or something like that. That seems weird to me. Like, it seems like it would advance an extra one, and I don't know if that's intentional or not, or a typo. With await -hd 2 with key private key. So key private key is coming from this derive address, an address -hd, so that's where we get the private and the public. Then you get the HD path from account index, which doesn't look like it's provided in this example. It's up here, I guess. So account index is here. The use would be receive. I is from here. So keys, push, index, HD path, address, width. If you want 20, then if you skip one, you have to add one to the end. Oh, derp. I was thinking this was saying I, but I get it now. So you're breaking out of the loop and continuing the next step if you can't derive an address. Now I get it. All right, so all derivations can fail. Constants, mainnet, testnet, hardened, public, receive, change, from seed, from X key, to if, to address, to xprv, to xpub. -hd, create HD key. Derived path, HD key, HD path. Derived child, HD key index is hardened. See, I don't understand what all of this, I mean, this makes sense, this a little less. And this, I'm not sure. So wallet, derived account, derived key, X key, derived address, key is private public, versions. So all derived methods can fail, throw an error. This is highly unlikely but normal because math. It's recommended that before accepting a seed as valid, derive these HD paths. 445000, 445001, 1011. If derivation fails, reject the seed. Creating a new account index, always derive both use indexes. If either the account index or use index derivation fails, mark the whole account index as invalid. If a key derivation ever fails, simply mark the key as invalid. Most likely, you will never personally encounter this failure. However, when your software is generating millions and billions of keys across thousands and millions of accounts, eventually one of the key expansion hashes will just so happen to hit infinity or 0 on the curve. Some libraries abstract this away by automatically incrementing the next index on failure, but since the occurrence is so rare and therefore will inevitably lead to highly confusing and difficult to track bugs, including the address reuse, a privacy concern, we do not. -hd, this is the top level export. These methods are specific for the BIP44 use case of HD keys for wallet account X key. The version byte. All right, the version byte that gets base 58 check encoded to a human-friendly prefix. So mainnet, testnet. Right. So hardened or public. The intended use of the key as a receiving address for external funds or an internal change address. Generate a wallet depth 0 HD key with a default HD path prefix of M445. So wrong, Trezor to seeds, wallet from seed. Seed bytes. I think that comes from here, but that says seed and not seed bytes. And options. I'm guessing options are these. It's not exactly. Oh, wait, no, options are those. So what is this? What it returns, maybe? Purpose, BIP44, coin type 5 dash default versions DashHD mainnet from X key. Parses in a base 58 check encoded XPRV XPub. Xpriv xpub into an X key depth 4 HD key. Only the depth is known. The prefix is not recoverable, but can be assumed to be something like that. Dash from X key string. Where do you get X key string? Is this X key string? Would be nice if these matched up. I'm assuming X key string is the same as xpriv there. And options is here, so BIP32 allow arbitrary depth, wallet purpose coin account, etc. Validate pub key by replotting XY on curve. All right, wrapper around dash keys X encode key to base 58. Cool. I was hoping you were, because I'm not. I'm just trying to get my brain to absorb some of this information. All right, so wrapper around dash keys encode key to base 58 check encode a private key as in wallet import format. So address index key X key derive address with await dash HD 2 key. So key comes from here, which is derived from the address, the X key and address index. So we get the private key, we turn it to a with, and that gives us a with. All right. Versions CC. I don't know what context the version has. Several of these things have versions, but this one says -HD mainnet. Thought I had seen it, so yeah, up here, versions, yeah. I don't know the purpose of the versions right now, but maybe I'll figure that out eventually. Right, so we just went through to with, to address is similar. This time it has the address index. and to address key, public key. All right. Should this one be called with? Or are they both withs? The public one to address versus the private with. This variable might need to be renamed to AGDR or something like that. Okay. Options, version 4C, default pub key hash. So why is this version 4C and this one CC? Is it specific to private versus public? All right, wrapper around. Encode key. Okay, so it looks like DashHD is wrapping several of the dash keys, so I could likely drop dash keys specifically and depend on DashHD, or maybe I would still need it. All right, so X key, await account, derive X key use is receive, or -hd from X key expriv. Expriv is equal to expriv from X key. Ooh, that's a chicken and egg scenario. So with this, and that, you can get this X key by using that, or you can get this expriv by using this. Something like that. That's interesting. It's a little chicken and eggy. All right, wrapper around encode key. So they're both wrapping the exact same. Oh, I guess all of these are wrapping the same function. That or it's a typo. So they either all slightly modify however encode key is used, and then provide the specific address type that you're expecting. To equals encode, from equals decode. That makes sense. It's just weird because from is referencing something defined beneath it. So if this one was up underneath this one, that would make more sense to me, because then this one is referencing this. It's just an order thing that is messing with my brain processing it. I think this should be on the line right after this X key. And then, you know, if you've already got the expriv, you can also get the X key from the priv using this function. But having it down here just is a little loopy to me. Tangles my brains. Okay, so use receive for expriv. For 2expriv. Wait, what's the difference between these two? Is this doubled up? 2expriv, HD key, account derive XD key use, I think that's a double up. Unless I'm missing something major. Oh, 2x pub. Yeah, that would make more sense. I was expecting something like that. So there's a typo there. All right. Oh, there's the 2x pub right there. And x pub there. Okay. This is why I think this one too, having it up beneath this one would make more sense to me. Having the line above it reference this is just a little spaghetti tangled code type stuff to my brain. All right, DashHD, BIP32. These are the more rudimentary functions which can be used for either style of HD keys, BIP44, BIP43, wallet key, wallet account XKey key, or BIP32 generic HD keys. These do not enforce BIP44 compliance, so they can be useful for testing and debugging. So was all of this for what? BIP44, DashHD, all right, returns an HD key with any missing values set to their default. HD key, mainnet, derived child HD key index is hardened. Derives one additional depth of HD key by index value and hardness. All right, so let's walk through this. Returns an HD key with any missing values set to their default. So DashHD create chain code, chain bytes, private key, priv or null, public key, pub bytes. And HD key would, I'm assuming this is the return. So it would return the version, depth, parent, index, chain code, private key, public key. All right, derived child HD key index is hardened. Derives one additional depth of an HD key by index value and hardness. So HD key would equal DashHD from X key xpub BIP32 true. So I'm trying to wrap my head around this. This is derived child. Okay, derived child is down there. So to get to here, you need the HD key from here. So from an xpub, you then do next index and unhardened. So next HD key, derived path. You need the seed bytes, derived path, HD key. So is this interchangeable with this? Oh, the path iterates over an HD path calling derived child for each index and derive any valid bit32 path at any depth, even if nonsensical, such as a hardened key after an unhardened one. So derived path, HD key, and then that is the path. This is the same as HD key, child await dash HD, derived child key 0, true. Okay, that's cool to simplify things a little bit. Alright, BIP44 HD path has 5 depths, each with their own HD key types. So M/ is the 0 depth root wallet, I'm assuming. Depth 1 is the purpose key predefined as index 44. I think it would be helpful if you also had a commented out version of the 44 stuff. I know you have it elsewhere in here, but if I'm understanding it correctly, it would be nice to just have it shown so that as you're reading through these, you're like, oh, that's this one right here. So coin key predefined as index 5. This is also sometimes referred to as the wallet. Account key derived by account index. X key is for sharing, derived by use, receiving, or change. Key is for paying and getting paid with or address for depth 5. And then 6+, not defined by BIP44, application specific. All right, so keys can be derived by instance recommended. So -HD from seed bytes, count index, await wallet, derive account index, use receive, X key await account. So account is from here, derive X key from use from here, and address index 0, and X key comes from here, derive address and address index. All right, so by path, not for loops. So by instance is the recommended, but by path, oh, not for loops. So not for loops, as in do not use this in a for loop, I'm guessing. That might be more clear, is do not use in for loops or something, if that's actually what it means. Unless it does mean not for loops. Not for loops? Not loops? I don't know. That's a little confusing. Yeah, I don't know. You might say my brain is looping on that. Alright, wallet -HD from seed, HD path, blah blah blah, -HD, derive path from wallet, and HD path, okay? The benefit of deriving by instance is that when you need to derive in a loop, such as, oh, okay, there's the description. I think it would be beneficial to say do not use in for loops or do not use in loops or yeah, I don't know. The benefit of deriving by instance is that when you need to derive in a loop, such as multiple keys at the same depth, addresses from the same X key, or accounts from the same wallet, you're not deriving from the wallet root each time. Since the key derivation process is intentionally somewhat slow, it's best to loop on the lowest level you can. For example, X key account derive X key use. Let address equal 0, let address index equal 0. Address index is less than 100, so add 1 to it. And X key derive address index. A root HD key with derive account index method can also derive BIP32 HD keys from a seed. Or from a seed. Example, not part of the same sentence, my bad. Getting into reading too fast mode. So word, secret, seed. Wait dash phrase to seed. Wallet. To a different coin type or non-BIP44 scheme. Oh, okay, so this is depth 0. But then it skips to depth 3. That's because this is 0 and then this is 4 or 1, 2, 3. So it does 1 and 2 is just those predefined types. That's why it skips them. I think it might be good to have a wallet depth 1 and 2 predefined or something like that title. A hardened HD key with derive X key use method from a wallet. Account index equals 0. Wallet derive account index. Use dash HD receive X key account derive X key. And HD path. So derive from account index wallet. Wallet is there. Then account goes there. Derive and use, okay. And derive path from wallet goes up there, and then account index. And this one has account from here and use. All right. An non-hardened or a non-hardened. A non-hardened HD key with derive address method represents a non-hardened xpriv or xpub. Share an xpub with contacts so that they can derive additional addresses to pay you repeatedly without sacrificing privacy, without needing interaction from you to create a new address each time. Share an xpriv with an application so that you can use the xpub side and it can use the xpriv side to make payments on your behalf. From an account, use receive, from an xpriv, from an xpub. So from xkey, xpriv, priv, address, derive, address index, Is that a typo? This one also says xpriv, so I'm assuming that should say xpub. Yeah, I'm thinking that should be xpub. Right, depth 5, the base HD key type, but with no additional methods. A fully derived BIP44 address, non-hardened. Private priv bytes, public pub bytes. From a wallet, account index 0, wallet, derive account, account index. Alright. Use, account, derive key use. X key. Derive address index from an xpriv, which is similar to up there, I think. From an xpub, this one looks right. The same structure as key, but documented separately because BIP32 doesn't define semantic differences between HD keys at different depths, other than the root. This will focus on most typical use cases where you intend to generate multiple addresses as part of your application's lifecycle. The passphrase or seed is the wallet. A wallet is derived from a seed. A seed is typically derived from a passphrase mnemonic and secret salt. From a code perspective, if your user doesn't supply a passphrase mnemonic, you can generate one. Okay. This is what I was trying to wrap my head around. So there you get the word list, and there's your mnemonic, or what I think of as a mnemonic. Typically, the secret salt is left as an empty string. However, for this demo, we'll use the zoomonic and secret. These values are specified by BIP39's test suite for demos, debugging, etc. Zoo, wrong. Okay, and Trezor. That would be nice if there was like a link down to here, but I guess it's in there. You just have to kind of dig into this to find out why that's specified. Okay, so key expansion derives the seed from the passphrase plus secret. It's a specific configuration of PBKDF2. So key expansion derives the seed from the passphrase secret. It's a specific configuration of PBKDF2 under the hood. So dash phrase to address takes the word list, so the mnemonic, and the secret salt, which would be an empty string in most cases, but in this case it would be those. Prompt the user to make a backup of their passphrase or their seed if you're not implementing passphrases. It's common to print this out and put it in a safe. If the passphrase is lost, the wallet and all money is unrecoverable. As mentioned in the API section, it is in fact possible for any derivation to fail. Alright, I did read this earlier. It's highly unlikely that you'll ever encounter it, but it should be handled nonetheless. Generate a wallet key. Use an HMAX style key expansion defined in BIP32. Notify the user and retry different passphrase on failure. Part 2a HD path derivation. As a one-off, HD path derivation can be very convenient. Note, this approach would be 5 times slower for deriving multiple keys because each key will derive from the root wallet key each time. Define the target HD path indexes to depth 4. Use IX key. So account index use -hd address 0 max tries. Oh, use or X key. Yeah, that looks like a capital I in italic. Might be worth just adding one character and saying or, like writing that out. All right, so define the target path, derive the address key, address, let I equal address index, I is less than max tries. Increment I, HD path, HD partial, address index, so that's HD partial. And then you add the address index from there. And key equals derive path, wallet, HD path. Doesn't show wallet. Oh, I guess wallet is defined there. Okay. So if no key, more than one failure in a row would indicate that account index or use index could not be derived, and hence no address index will ever derive. Mark the account index as invalid and advance the next on failure or fail hard if it's the first account. All right, this is the more typical and efficient use for, so part 2b, wallet account X key. This is the more typical and efficient use for when you intend to generate multiple addresses as part of your application's lifecycle. Derive an account key and X key. Reject the seed if the account at index 0 fails. So you've got account index is set to 0, nothing for account. Use is set to receive. X key is set to nothing. So while there is no account, we try to set account to derive account with account index. Then you set X key to account.derive X key from the use, which is receive. And if I guess if either of those throw errors, it will break and you increment account index and try again. Technically, you could advance the use index, but that's more complicated than just advancing to the next account. Encode the X key as xpriv or xpub for sharing. All right, address key. This is the final piece, which you use for making and receiving payments. Derive an address, index, max tries, last index plus max tries. All right, key is unset. So I is equal to index, I is less than last, increment I, key is equal to await, X key, derive, address, index. In catch, you may wish to mark the index as failed. Encode the address key as with or address for use or sharing. Okay, my note thus far is a lot of this seems duplicated. I'm wondering if it could be condensed into yeah, condensed so not so much seems repeated. Because I mean, even the usage overview versus the production quick start seems almost exactly the same. Yeah, let me keep going though. It's duplicated intentionally. If you know what you're doing, the overview is enough. The production quick start accounts for failures. The loop and break logic is copy paste ready. The tutorial is when you need the full view. The glossary is a quick reference and to satisfy curiosity. I get that it sounds like you did the duplication on purpose, but from a I don't understand any of this, it doesn't seem like it's to help me, it actually confuses me. And so the usage overview might be useful to someone who already knows what they're doing, but as it's almost exactly the same thing as production ready, you might as well combine them and just have that little bit of extra information because it doesn't actually remove all that much. I mean, it doesn't reference where you get seed bytes from, but this one just adds the one seed bytes. And I think it's also for users unfamiliar, you're kind of forcing them to process more information, and it's information overload rather than helpful. Like in the same way that a programming language only having 20 keywords is easier to learn than one that has, 1,000 or something. This has so many words that it's hard to process for new users, and maybe that's fine, but that's just my 2 cents so far. Is I think there should be a way of not duplicating so much, and if you're going to have the trimmed down version for people who know, at least have like a info link down to the bottom. Like, I mean, I guess I could, doesn't have to exactly be like this, but this is and I'm not saying my documentation here is any better, by the way. I mean, like, if you do references or something, so like, if you've got a code example that you think might need more information for new users, just add a C reference at the bottom or something where it links to the more information. That's my opinion. The glossary, okay, those two are not at all similar. I hear you on that. Do you know what it does now? I have a rough understanding because I've been working with Dash, but even then, like, my brain still doesn't wrap around. Like, I don't know how this is going to be unique enough to use as a key. So if you're generating multiple addresses, are you just going to have, like, where was that? So is it just going to be like this, where you have a bunch of these in a row? I mean, right now, I could not tell you what's essential and what's not. This is where I think I actually need to use it and go, okay, like, it would have been really great if you had it organized right here with a, like, copy this snippet and, you know, hit the ground running or something. Like, I don't know that yet. I'll need to use it in this CrowdNode UI, and then I can have some better feedback there. But what is the, okay, that's essential, and that each part is a scope. Each part is a scope is uniqueness, of uniqueness. Each part is a scope of uniqueness. That's the quick start. You can copy those snippets and go. Yeah, but that kind of makes sense, but then they end up being so close to the usage overview that you go, wait, why can't I copy this stuff and go? And then you're going to get into the situations where this comes first. So as a new person, I'm going to assume the quick start comes first. The code that you want people to use comes first. So I would go to use this first and then find out there's no seed bytes. And then I would have to scroll through here and I'd probably see this. And then I'd go, okay, this is what I need to use. And then I'd try to generate keys based off of this information rather than, I don't even know where to find it right now. It's way the freak down here. I'm assuming you already know what I mean, but the one that generates the, was it around here? I don't know. Was it wordlet? Oh yeah, that's it. So instead of using this, which I think is intended, that is not referenced really clearly. So I would try to use this. So is that actually what you intended? People should put this in their app and use that? Or is that the same as if you already know what you're doing, you know this is for testing. But then the testing for this was referenced like all the way down here in the description. So it was like kind of buried to me. And then I'm like, okay, now that makes a little more sense. Is it right here somewhere? No, I don't even know where it is now. I know you referenced at some point that the Zuzu stuff is. So that's the quick, because that doesn't handle the errors. The intent is that you should follow the examples and get the exact same results rather than random results. Because if the results are random, you don't know if you did it right. well, is this a testing framework, or are you intending for people to use it in their actual apps? That might be great for testing, but like I probably would have been jumping on a Discord to try and figure out how to contact you to understand how the F to use this, because I doubt I would have easily gotten to that word list down here to know that, oh, actually for dash, I should probably use this with a secret salt that's empty because it's so far down here. It's like 2/3 of the page down here to even find out that that's probably what you want to use in real production, not production testing. So like that to me, yeah, that will give you consistent results for production testing, but I wouldn't consider that production code. Okay, I didn't know that's not in the scope of this library. I assumed that the purpose of this library is to replace the dash core stuff, which means using it in place where you'll be generating the addresses and stuff. So this is just for the wallet from a seed. Well, so is this the library I should be implementing? So dash phrase is for words to seed. This is for seed to wallet. Yeah, like to me, I'm trying to figure out how do I use this now in CrowdNode, and I think I might be able to figure it out eventually, but I still don't have a like clear way. Oh, I just need to swap out these variables type of thing. Yeah, I won't continue beating a dead horse. I think you get what I'm saying, and like it sounds like you just listen to me read through most of this and hear my commentary. So okay. Do you want to do a Jitsi or something? All right, now let's see if I can get Jitsi set up. Hello, hello. There we go. Can you hear me? Oh, but I can't hear you. Hang on. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you say
Yeah, I
something?
hear you.
Okay, now I hear you. Now I hear you.
Okay, great.
Should be on stream.
So share your screen in Jitsi. I'm not streaming, so I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
you-
Okay.
your secret's safe with me.
What am I sharing? The browser?
Just share the whole screen that we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Share the same thing you're sharing on Twitch.
All right.
I won't look in
Easier
forbidden
said than
places.
done. Let's hope it doesn't kill my computer sharing that much of the screen.
Okay.
You see
So
that?
now this is good. Okay, so I think the fundamental piece that is not explained here, and I think probably needs a video explainer because I don't think text can explain it, although I would love to hear your suggestions on explaining this in text. There's several notes that I took while you were doing this, things that I could rename. There's of course the typos, that's confusing.
Mm-hmm.
So there's probably 3 core principles here that need to be understood before you begin at all.
Mm-hmm.
The first principle is that a wallet, in the sense of a user's perspective, so me as an individual, not as a developer, a wallet is the 12 words. That is what a wallet is. That is the thing that I have to keep safe. That is what holds all of my money. It's the 12 words.
Mm-hmm. So the mnemonic, yes?
Let's the passphrase. I cannot use the word mnemonic because that will never get across to an average person.
But you used it in
I
here.
only with the word passphrase. I never use that word by itself because no one knows what that word means, and it's actually being used incorrectly because mnemonic means something that you remember.
Yeah.
And nobody can remember 12 words, especially not 12 random words.
Oh no,
Jim
look right
Quick
here.
can remember 12 words. Oh, that's because that's the literal quote. The literal quote is mnemonic for generating hierarchical deterministic keys. That is literally the title of the white paper.
Okay.
So that, yes, I only use it in combination with the word passphrase. The documentation on these things is not consistent in of itself with the use of different terms like passphrase, password, secret, and salt. They all get used interchangeably and in the wrong context. And in contradiction to context that anyone outside of the cryptocurrency space who is into cryptography would already understand. So the when you get down to the lower levels, the usage of these words is nonsensical, in that they started using words and then they just repurposed them as needed willy-nilly. And it's in these white papers, and so there's nothing you can do about it. But in terms of, we have to interface with people. When was the last time you opened up a cryptocurrency wallet and it said the word mnemonic? Probably never.
I've seen it. I guess I can't tell you when or where, but I have seen it probably in the last year several times.
But if you use Edge Wallet, if you use the Dash Wallet, it's going to say, this is your wallet passphrase or whatever it says. Let me go into the Dash Wallet right now, just to see.
Yeah,
but no, the point is, mnemonic is a highly technical word that is being used incorrectly. So it's not useful to people who are technical outside of the cryptocurrency space, and it's not useful to the people that will be merchants and users of the applications. So, let me see. If I go to security view passphrase, it is literally called recovery phrase. That's another thing. It is called recovery phrase. It's called passphrase and recovery phrase in the Dash wallet. Now, here's where it gets weird. The BIP44 actually refers to the salt as the passphrase. So every user-facing wallet calls it a passphrase or recovery phrase or something like that. Yeah, and then I'm actually going to update this right now to make sure that I include recovery phrase. And I think that recovery phrase might even be better. I could substitute everywhere it says passphrase here, I could substitute that with recovery phrase, and I would actually like that more. So that's something that I will consider because that's what's used in the official wallet right now. And I'll check and see what's in Edge Wallet. I think Edge Wallet just calls it a passphrase. I don't remember. But the recovery phrase is in fact the wallet. That is where all the money is. It is not in software. It is literally in those 12 words. All of the money is in those 12 words. Now, in order to find the money, you have to do a series of hashes. But let me not get to that yet. Let me just click. Oh, I'm just going to check an Edge Wallet real quick to see if I can figure out. I probably can't figure out where my phrase is. Let's see. Master private key. Okay. In Edge Wallet, it calls it a master private key, it looks like. So, and that one's not user-friendly. Recovery phrase is super user-friendly. Mnemonic is the worst possible way to refer to it because it has its negative meaning. It's confusing. Other than the fact if the only place you'd ever encountered any of this was in cryptocurrency and you had no other context whatsoever, then I guess it doesn't matter. And especially if you don't care that the word's highly technical, but recovery phrase is the way to go. Okay, so just 1 second while I make a note here.
I mean, I am thinking everything I'm checking right now is also calling it a recovery phrase.
Yeah, okay, so I think I may change the name to be recovery phrase and then in a few places reference it as mnemonic. So I'm just going to make a note of that because I love that. That solves my problem in 100 different ways. It is the best possible way to call it. So I'm 100% in on, and then that removes the ambiguity because if you go looking in documentation refers to passphrases 3 separate things that are used interchangeably but completely wrong. Well, not completely wrong, but wrong. In the PBKDF2 standard, there is the passphrase and there is the salt. In the BIP44 standard, it refers to both the salt and the passphrase as the passphrase. And then it also refers to the word list as the passphrase. So that's confusing. So if you were to say, I need to use the passphrase with the passphrase to produce the passphrase, what? Okay, that aside.
In the same way I was getting confused by some of the stuff, it would be just as confusing because yeah, you're like, I need to use the passphrase to decode or whatever the pass. Yeah, I get that. All right.
Yeah. So the way that I'm going to solve that one problem, and I'll have you review this PR when I make it. But I'm actually going to break it into a step 1 and a step 2. And step 1 is do either this or that, and step 2 is export it. So because it is valid that you can get an X key from an X priv. And okay, let's put that aside though. That's so number one issue, number one most important thing. The 12 words are the wallet. The money is in the 12 words. The 12 words are put together and they are essentially, to put it simply, they're hashed. Not encrypted, not hashed. Unrecoverable, I mean, not unrecoverable, because it is deterministic, so it is recoverable, but it is a non-reversible hash.
Okay.
Every single step, there's 7 steps. Every single step is a non-reversible hash of a previous step. So when we go from the recovery phrase to the seed, that is a non-reversible hash. and that is its own standard. That's BIP 39, and BIP 39 and BIP 44 don't really cross paths. Other than that, it's really, really convenient to use BIP 39 to generate the data for BIP 44. But BIP 39, I think, meaning BIP 39 meaning the method by which you turn words into entropy that can be used in other software, that's just generally useful. And maybe I should bring it into DashHD, but from my perspective, that's just something that's generally useful. If you don't care about, if you don't care two licks about cryptocurrency, Dashphrase is a useful tool because it's something that you can physically print out, store in a safe, and you could use it for, you could use it for your password manager. This is what Brave does. Brave uses BIP 39 recovery phrases to sync passwords between computers and devices. So what, explain that back to me. Tell me what's clear, what's not clear.
Oh, everything is not clear. It's so
just
much
this part.
information.
Just this part. Just
The
that
BIP
one
39
thing.
stuff is used by Brave to store passphrases.
No. The thing I said that was most important, the only thing we're actually talking about, none of the side notes, none of the tangents. The one
All right,
thing that's
then
important,
I've already forgot. I cannot tell you. It got lost in the side notes. So tell me
the
again.
12 words. The 12
Okay,
words
the 12
are the
words.
wallet.
Okay,
the
the
12
12 words are
words-
the wallet.
The 12 words are used to create a non-reversible hash that is called the seed. That is
Okay.
number one.
Okay.
That's the most important thing. Anybody who's doing anything with cryptocurrency, that's the first thing that they have to understand.
Okay.
Without any exception or ambiguity, this has got to be 100% understood. The 12 words are hashed to produce a seed.
12 words are hashed to produce a seed. They're the most important thing in cryptocurrency that anyone needs to understand.
Okay, are you asleep?
No?
Okay.
Did I not just repeat more or less what you said?
Yes. Yeah, but I meant, okay, never mind. Okay, so with the 12 words, what questions do you have?
So if my questions fall back to CrowdNode UI, and this is what I was trying to get an answer to, and I don't think
Not
you
about
did
that,
answer
about
this.
the 12 words.
About the 12 words, I don't think I have a question about that because that's something I'm already familiar with, having dealt with cryptocurrencies for many years.
Okay.
So I'm familiar with the idea of a recovery phrase or mnemonic or whatever you want to call it. I'm already familiar with that.
Okay, so that's
so-
number one.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is number two. This is first a subnote, a preface to number two, before I get to number two. There are many different types of hashes because all these white papers were developed independently, and some of them use prior art that already existed in the cryptography space. So I am going to say non-recoverable hash, but each time I say that, it could be a wildly different implementation of that hash because there are at least, I think, 4 different distinct hashes. More than that, probably. I feel pretty safe saying 6 distinct different hashes that are used between the time that you have your recovery phrase and you get an address.
You said there's 6 different hashes?
It doesn't matter what the number is.
Okay.
I'm just saying that don't think that when I say that a hash is used to do X to Y and Y to Z and Z to A, don't assume that any of those hashes are the same.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying, is that there are a multitude of hash algorithms. It doesn't matter how many they are, doesn't matter how they're implemented. It just matters that you understand that just because I say it's hashed for short doesn't mean that one hash is the same as the other in terms of its implementation details.
Okay.
Because if you were to think that there's a consistent use of hashing algorithms across the different standards, then that could lead you into, that could just lead you to confusion. So you just need to understand that they are several separate hashing algorithms with different parameters, but the details of that don't matter in the sense of when you're using the code. As long as you have the right input and you get the right output at the end, it worked. If you needed to re-implement something in another language, then we could go into those details. But
Okay.
I guess this is a preface to number 2, is that there are a variety of different hashing algorithms. It's not important to know which one is which. It's just important to know that they're not all the same. Okay, so that out of the way. Number 2 is that when you create an extended key, what you're doing is you're taking some prior data that starts with the seed. That's why it's called the seed. You're taking some prior data and you're performing a hash on it along with an index. And the path tells you the information of what depth and what index you're hashing. So M, I don't remember why it's called M. Oh, it's called M for mnemonic. That's why it's called M. Even though
Your
it's not the
favorite.
mnemonic, because it's the seed.
Mhm.
So even there's incongruity. M is not the mnemonic, even though it stands for mnemonic. It's the seed. The seed is not decodable to the mnemonic. M is the seed. So it is based on the seed. So at level M is your wallet that has been hashed from the seed. That's depth 0. So it is not the seed itself, but it is a hash of the seed. And it has been converted into a private key, an elliptic curve private key. Every single one of the paths is a private key. So anytime you want to get to a specific address, the addresses start 0 and go to 1 billion. Well, 4 billion actually, and some change. But anytime you want to access an address, you need to do a hash from the mnemonic to the seed, and then the seed to the wallet. Those are the 2 hashes that happen before in order to get to depth 0. Once you're at depth 0, then you need to do a hash to the purpose, a hash to the coin, a hash to the account, and that is essentially what we generally think of as the wallet is the account key. Because when you're in Dash, you don't care about Bitcoin and you don't care about all these other things. You're just looking at it from the perspective of Dash.
Mhm.
And so the wallet is the account. Is this the primary account or is this a secondary account? Now the account, actually, I'm not going to get into that yet. I'm going to try to stay on number 2. So number 2 is just that this series of hashes happens, and to get to any key, the address that is spendable or can receive money or spend money, you have to do a series of 5 hashes by the index. So the M doesn't have an index because it is the root. It is derived from the seed, but everything else has an index. So the purpose has the index 44 for bit 44. The coin has the index of 5 because that is what's in the Wikipedia page, or the wiki page, for Dash. And then the account is selectable, but generally it's 0. It's 0 in almost every single application you'll ever touch. Dash is going to be actually Dash is going to be one of the only cryptocurrencies that actually uses accounts.
Okay.
And then after the account is the use. And the use is whether you're using it as a address that you share with others or whether it's internal. So the address that you share with others is your receiving address. You give out an address so that you can receive money.
Mm-hmm.
The internal address is also called the change address because it's when your wallet gives money back to itself as change.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not actually part of the important part. That's just a side note because it is what that part is. And then the very last one, so and that one, well, I'll get to that in a second. And then the very last one is the address. So it has to hash. When you give it the path, it's just doing a loop and it's doing all of those hashes at once.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in turn. It's doing all of the hashes in turn.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going to generate many keys, if you need to walk keys, then you start at 0 and then you walk up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. You would walk keys from the prior path, which is the extended key. The extended key produces the keys you actually use. So I'm going to try to say that succinctly one more time. Number 2, the second most important thing is that those 12 words, the seed that they produce, is hashed to create the root of the wallet, and that root wallet is hashed in a loop that goes to a depth of 5 in order to produce the key that you can use. Those indexes, that is called the HD path. So whatever the indexes were to get to the address that you can use, that's the HD path. So number 2 is the HD path. That's the second most important thing.
Okay.
What questions do you have about the HD path? It might help if you brought that back up so you can kind of take a look at it, to kind of see it in context. Right where you were actually was great, but pick whatever you want.
I guess I was going to scroll to where there were more examples. Okay, you keep referencing that hashes are run multiple times for each stage, more or less.
One time per stage.
One time per stage, okay.
So the hash is run on the seed to produce the M level, depth 0. Well, I shouldn't say the hash, a hash, because it's actually different. Then a hash is run on the 44 to produce depth 1. The hash is run on 5 to produce depth 2. The hash is run on the account, which is selectable. So you could have 20 different accounts that could represent, for example, contacts in your contacts list. And then it's run on the depth 4, which is the use, otherwise known as the extended key. These are semantically 2 separate things, but physically they're the same thing. And then there is the address key, which is depth 5. Okay. So the hash is run at a hash is run at each level.
Okay. So what is, how do I phrase this question?
It's hard.
Yeah.
But I that's why I want to have this conversation, because this is hard.
Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to wrap my head around is you've got these. This string looks so simple to me, but also I don't understand what they represent. You just described it, so I understand that technically stands for mnemonic, but it's really the root path. This is what all dash what is it?
That's
The
BIP
purpose
44. It
is
means
BIP
that this
44.
it means it's a BIP 44 HD path as opposed to another standard that doesn't exist and isn't used path.
Well, what's the purpose of like the apostrophe there? Do I even need to care about the apostrophe?
You actually do. So that's an excellent
Okay.
question. The apostrophe indicates a parameter to the hash. I don't feel that it's necessary to really go into what that parameter is or what it means. It's called hardened or public. If it has the apostrophe, then it is hardened, and if it does not have the apostrophe, then it is public. This isn't really important for anything that you're going to do other than that when you use the path, it has to be there. Those first 3 depths after M, they must have the tick. Otherwise, you will not get the right key at the end.
Okay.
So, and this is something that I would like to communicate better, because I didn't communicate it at all. It was only implied. But I could see from your, you going over this, that was not clear and that wasn't good. But the reason for the zoo wrong is that it's easy to remember. And all of my examples are based off of that. Every single key that's in this example is based off of that recovery phrase. And the reason for this is that it is so easy to get something wrong. You miss the apostrophe, you think, oh, I've generated a key. Oops, now you've lost your money. Right? Now, in truth, you would be able to get that money back as long as you executed the same bug, because the key that it will generate is a valid key. No software will know how to get it. So that's why I have the word list here, the recovery phrase here, is that it will help you to know that you use the code correctly. And then you change it and you know everything else is going to be correct. So I'm not arguing the point that that should be more clear or anything like that. I'm just saying that I think that as a developer, your first experience with this should be using that phrase. Because if you're not using that phrase and you get a random key, if you made a mistake, you won't know. And then your software won't follow the spec and it will be, people could lose money. Does that make sense where I'm coming from there?
Yes, that makes perfect sense to me. I just it did not make perfect sense when I thought you were telling me, hey, you should just go ahead and implement DashHD now while you're on it. And to me, I'm like, well, had I gone to implement this and you not been in the chat, I would have just banged my head against a wall for probably hours going, why isn't this working? Or what, like it's working, but it's not generating like new private keys, or like I wasn't sure that should be changed. It seemed like it.
No, I get it. I get it.
That. Yeah,
I get it. No, I'm 100% on board. I think because I used the phrase word list, I think that made it a little bit more difficult rather than calling it recovery phrase. So I'm going to change this in both libraries to be recovery phrase.
Yeah, that would clarify a lot.
That's going to help. So that's going to be on my to-do list for tomorrow. Okay,
Sweet.
but any questions that you have about the HD path?
Not until I use it. Like in reality, I'm sure I'll have more questions, but for me, I don't.
Your main
still
question that I want to clarify is an HD path unique enough? Yes or no?
Like it does not seem unique to me from this example, but I don't know. Like
Expand.
I don't. Huh?
Expand. Tell me why this does not. Why do you not think that this is unique?
Well, I think this is where you're saying this HD path is based on this Zuzu thing. Is that
Nope.
correct?
Nope.
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 It's not.
No, the HD path. So the HD path is literally an index. It is literally a path, like a file system path.
Okay, so then this is why, because I thought I understood it correctly, and I think now I do understand it correctly. This before, or the way I was going to do it is this would be a public key to this WIF. This WIF could potentially have the same HD path as another key, correct?
No.
No.
But walk me through your logic. Just take me through that. How could that ever possibly happen?
That's where I really don't know, because the only examples of HD paths are these very short ones, and I don't see like, okay, this is a real one that was generated to or like that we arrived at. Like this just looks like a string to me, like saying
Okay, so I'm going to try to clear up a point of confusion. If you were creating a wallet that had multiple sets of recovery phrases, the HD path would not be unique.
That is what I mean, because I assumed we were generating completely unique wallets in the sense of each one has a different recovery phrase.
Again, wallet is a term that is so incredibly overloaded that it's really difficult to talk about. I don't know what you mean by wallet in that context.
When I say wallet, I mean the WIFs I have been using for CrowdNode were unique to a specific recovery phrase. Now, while I did not have the recovery phrase, I was assuming that was a one-to-one. This WIF connects to this recovery phrase.
So every WIF in your wallet, in the typical case, every WIF in your wallet is a combination of, well, not a combination, is derived from the recovery phrase. So you take the recovery phrase and then you take the HD path, you convert the recovery phrase into a seed, and then you put the seed into the HD algorithm along with the HD path, and you will get back that same WIF. And you increment by the final number. Well, you could increment in multiple ways, but the way that you realistically would increment is by depth 5. So you have your key 1, key 2, well, key 0, key 1, key 2, key 3, key 4, key 5, so on and so forth. So the uniqueness is between the recovery phrase and the HD path. If you have multiple recovery phrases, then your HD paths are not unique unless they are paired with something that ties them to the recovery phrase. Because I would need to know this address, the private key for this address has to be generated from this recovery phrase at this path.
Okay. I guess I don't understand how this has been working right now then, because I have not dealt with any form of recovery phrases this entire time. I've just been
because you are
WIFs.
implementing it based on the way that I implemented it, which is the way that the very first, if you do nothing with Dash Core, the desktop application, if you just open up Dash Core, I mean, it's so scary. You could lose all your money just like that. If you do not go into the debug console of Dash Core to enable the HD option, it literally just creates random addresses. And you better hope that the backup becomes recoverable. There are forums all over the place of people that have lost money through the Bitcore wallet, which is what Dash Core is. It's called Dash Core, because it was bit core and they renamed it dash core. So
Okay.
So this is functioning the same way that the dash core desktop thing functions, which is that it just generates a random key, right? Because the fundamental principle of a hash is that you take an input and you get an output that appears to be random, but is in fact deterministic, right?
Okay.
I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? A hash produces deterministic output that appears to be random. I mean, is that 100% clear?
Yes.
So there is no difference between generating a random 32 byte string of bytes. There's no difference in generating 32 random bytes from pure entropy and generating 32 bytes from a hash in terms of the way that the program's going to interpret it. It doesn't know that it came from a hash. It doesn't know that it was cryptographically random. It has no concept of where the bytes came from. It just uses them.
Okay.
So at some point, this is an important piece of information. I don't know what layer it belongs at. Maybe this should be number 2. But a private key is any string of bytes, 32 bytes. Or a private key is any string of 32 bytes that when plotted on the graph doesn't generate an exception. So you generate 32 bytes, you run the elliptic curve to see if those 32 bytes will fit on the curve, yes or no. If they fit on the curve, it's a private key. The output. Not the bytes themselves, but when you run the function, f of x goes to y. If you can produce a y value out of an x and y value, actually, but if you can produce the thing that creates the point on the curve, it's a private key.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to take notes of some of this so I can reference it.
Okay. And that was confusing to me at first, and I actually dug through the SecP256K1 library pretty much line by line to reach an understanding, and literally that is it. You run the math, and if it doesn't end up with a divide by 0 or a multiply by infinity, it's a private key. But every once in a while, you will end up with something that after you mod and you multiply and you add, you end up either with a divide by 0 or with a multiply or add infinity. And if that happens, that's an exception. That is not a private key. But that's how you determine if a key is in the key space. Because with RSA, I don't know if you're familiar with RSA.
No, I mean, I vaguely know of RSA from terms of generating keys, but
yeah, well, the way that RSA works is prime numbers. So you have to find a prime number, and if a number is prime, then it's a private key. That's basically, it's that simple. And it's that algorithmic. There is no algorithmic approach to ECDSA. You create a random number, and then you check to see if the random number if it throws an exception when you run the math on it. And 999,999,999 times out of a billion. Actually, it's way better than that, but you get the point. It'll generate a public key from the private key. But in that 1 out of a quadrillion time that it doesn't, that's when it's not valid. And that's what I was talking about, is that you can't know if a derivation will succeed because you're essentially generating what for all practical purpose appears to be a random number. Because you take what was randomly generated, you hash it, so now that's in effect random. You hash it again. That's now in effect random. You hash it again. That's now in effect random. You hash it again. Any one of those hashes could be your lottery ticket that fails and crashes your application. It's a 1 in a quadrillion chance, but it happened to somebody at some point.
Okay.
Okay, so taking a step back, another way to say this about the HD path is that the index is essentially the salt, and the apostrophe is a choice of choose this algorithm or that algorithm.
Okay. Okay. It's true or false at the end to tell you which algorithm to use, and you use it 3 times in a row so that it does the HD key. If you didn't use it at either of those times, it would not be an HD key.
Hardened,
not okay.
And I heard something that now, having reviewed the code line by line, I don't think is true. Because somebody had told me that well, it doesn't matter what they told me. I don't want to confuse you. It wasn't correct, I don't think. But hardened means that you use the private key as part of the algorithm. And public means that you use the public key rather than the private key. And this is why I can take a public key and I can give it away to a friend. I can take my extended public key, my XPub, and I could put it in a QR code that somebody could scan, or I could put it over the DashPay network so that somebody could receive it on the other end. And I'm comfortable doing this because the XPub is derived from a public key twice over, essentially. So there's none of my private key information even went into that algorithm at that layer. You'd have to go 2 layers back to get to a private key. So it's very effective in terms of, if my friend compromised everything that there is to compromise about that key, there is no information whatsoever in that key that could ever help them under any known circumstance, now or future, get access to anything else outside of that keychain, or that not keychain, but key tree. Does that make sense? Now, from looking,
I think so. Yes.
So it's basically the public key is used as part of the salt, essentially. The index and the public key are used to salt what's called the chain code. The chain code is just a 64-byte derivation of a previous hash that then part of that is mixed with either a public key or a private key to then produce. Those things are not really important details for you to be able to use this, but that's the hashing algorithm. It's mixing those things together. That's how it's deterministic. So I think maybe a better example for this would be the example that made it make sense for me, that maybe I should have included in here. And it's not something that you need to do. It's just really, really illustrative. Take the HD path and call split on slash. Now, for every, and this is what the derived path function actually does. It's literally what it does. It takes the HD path, it splits on slash, and then it takes the first one, uses that as salt, and creates the next key in the chain. It takes that key, takes the next index, uses the next index assault with that prior key, and then creates the next key in the chain, so on and so forth,
Okay.
until it reaches the end. So what
So
questions?
it splits by slash and then takes each of those values and uses it as the salt,
Part of the salt, yeah.
part of the salt. Okay. I guess what I still am having trouble wrapping my head around about the HD key is I feel like I need more examples of what it looks like in actual usage, because at least
So
in
go to the loop. Go to the loop where I said a batch of 20 keys. Just search the word batch.
not this area then.
There you go, right there. Derive a batch and look at where the HD path is created right there.
So you've got account index, and you've got use, and you've got I.
Yep. And you see what it's doing there? Keys.push.
Yes. Oh, I didn't want that to jump that far. Where'd it go? So you've got keys.push, you're pushing the HD path, the address, and the width. I, I think this is still what I'm having trouble with is you're saying this would be unique, but I guess I'm wondering if you've got two different recovery phrases in the sense where
So no, it is not. It is only unique per recovery phrase. It is
okay.
not unique across recovery phrases.
And that's why I would prefer not to use it for the key, because I would prefer something that's unique per recovery phrase. So
So
that you're
the
never
way
going to
that
have
you
a
would
collision
get
there.
that. So it here's the thing: you don't have an option. You have to use the HD path. That said, you could fingerprint the recovery phrase, and you could combine the fingerprint of the recovery phrase with the HD path, so that you could say, so instead of M, because M is actually ignored. Well, it's not ignored. It's expected to be M, but it's useless. So you could create an HD path that is ABCDEF /44/5/ that would be your bespoke way of handling it for your application. And then when you pulled that back out, you'd need to replace that ABCDF with M so that it will work, because the algorithm or the process, the function expects the letter M to be the letter that's used there.
So is this more efficient doing it this way with the HD path rather than just using the public address like you're using in the command line?
Okay, say that one more time.
Right now, I am trying to match this so that it will very closely match what is stored in your file system if you're using the command line utility for this. So, are you going to switch the command line so that it's storing things by the HD path?
100%, yes. But what I will probably do, this needs to be dual indexed, because you actually need to get to it from two different ways. You do need to be able to get from the address, because you need to be able to use the address to look up the HD path and the recovery phrase that was used so that you can generate the private key.
Okay.
That makes sense, right?
Yes,
Or no?
I think so.
Okay. So storing it by the HD path, it's good to know which indexes have been used. So you don't necessarily even have to store it by the HD path per se, but it is a convenient serialization. But you need to be able to know what things have been used so that you can quickly walk and say, okay, I need to generate the next key. Let me walk through the first 100 keys and see if all of them have already been used. Have I already saved them? And if you've already saved them, then you need to keep walking. So you could have something that's, last HD path, and then you start with that last index, which is exactly what I'm showing here in that example you still have up on your screen. Is that you would get your previous index. Somehow you've stored what your previous index is, and you want to continue from the previous index and generate the next 20 keys.
Okay, so let me back up, sidetrack something.
Yep.
But do I need this for the CrowdNode UI?
I don't know exactly what you're doing with it, and need is a strong word. You can continue to just use randomly generated keys. I would not want that to go into production, because it just like the one that I've created for the command line, I want to switch it over to HD keys because that is a much more secure method of generating the keys.
Okay.
But if you need to have multiple keys, which is what we do in the command line, then yes, you need to generate.
But the multiple keys are, as far as I'm understanding, they would be attached to different recovery phrases.
No, I would not do that.
How is the command line not doing that then?
Because you would just have one recovery phrase, and then you would generate.
Does the command line currently do that where it only has one recovery phrase?
The command line does not use HD keys right now.
Okay, so the command line is not doing this in any fashion, but currently it is. They would be essentially unique recovery phrases.
No.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by recovery phrase. A recovery phrase is only in context of an HD wallet. A recovery phrase doesn't have any other context I'm aware of.
So CrowdNode is not an HD wallet right now for how it's storing things. The command line.
Correct. It is not. It is just generating random bytes and then passing it into the public key, to public key, and if to public key succeeds, then it's good enough.
So recovery phrase literally only applies to HD wallets. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, because that's how HD is hierarchical deterministic. So you use a recovery phrase to create a seed so that you can hash it and use that hash as a private key.
Okay. You're saying that like it's obvious, but this is not information I knew. I didn't know, like, as far as I was aware, there was a recovery phrase for these things. We just weren't doing it that way. We were using these whiffs instead, type of thing. So I didn't understand that we could never use a recovery phrase for how it's being done right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because they're not hardened.
No, because they're random.
Because they're random.
Okay, so there's a missing piece of information here, and I'm not quite. I know what the missing piece of information is. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. To create a private key, well, let's first start at this. A private key and a whiff are synonymous in the same way that hex and binary are synonymous. Does that make sense? Like there's no difference between hex and binary. It's just a different, whether I store data in hex or I store the data in binary, the data is exactly the same data, the data itself.
Okay.
Hex is an encoding format. Bytes are a encoding format. Base 64 is an encoding format. But those are representations of data. With is an encoding format known as base 58 check. Base 58 as in base 64, base 58. Check as in checksum. So it's base 58 encoded. The encoded value is used to generate a hash. The first few bytes of that hash are appended to the value and used as a checksum. So that way we know that if I copied, because the idea, if you remember, was, oh, you're going to write down all of your Bitcoin keys and then you're going to enter them back into the computer. And so base 58 was based on the idea that people are going to make mistakes. B's and sixes look the same. Let's pick one or the other, but not both. Zeros and O's look the same. Let's pick one or the other, but not both. That's why it's base 58, is because it's eliminating similar looking characters. And then the checksum is so that if you still manage to interpret a 4 as an H, the checksum is going to fail.
Okay.
And so base 58 check is like base 64, except it's got a reduced character set, and it has additional data that's appended to the data to be able to verify that the data was transferred correctly. And that's what a WIF is. A WIF is one-to-one, no modification whatsoever. Private key is bytes. WIF is the base 58 encoding with the checksum appended. No difference in data, no transformation, 100% recoverable, 100% convertible, back and forth.
Okay.
Did that fill in a missing piece?
Almost-ish, maybe. I think I'm starting to grasp it a little more, but it's still just a lot of freaking information that I haven't, I'm a hands-on learner. I need to connect this to something real that I've already dealt with, and it's still too nebulous for me.
So you've got WIFs right there.
Yes. And that's why I'm trying to draw this correlation. And so I had made this correlation that was apparently wrong, thinking WIFs are the same thing or equivalent to a recovery phrase. And if I wanted, I could get a recovery phrase from this WIF type of thing. But apparently that's not the case. And so I'm wrapping my head around
communicating.
Yeah.
Now we're communicating. Okay. So to that end, no, that is not how it is done. With that said, you could implement it that way because a recovery phrase gives you more than enough bytes to be able to create a private key. So no, that's not how it's done.
Gives you more than enough bytes to give you a private key.
Right, because a private key is simply 32 bytes.
Okay.
Take any 32 bytes. That is a private key unless when you call the toPublicKey function, it fails because of a divide by zero, a add or multiply by infinity, or other mathematical impossibility error.
Okay.
So you could take a text file, you could take a recovery phrase, you could take a seed from a recovery phrase, you could take a screenshot, you take any 32 bytes you want. Take any file, take anything you want, take 32 bytes from it, take it from a random number, take it from take it from an audio recording, doesn't matter. Take 32 bytes, call toPublicKey on those 32 bytes. If it throws an exception, it's not a private key. Otherwise, it's a private key.
Okay.
And
I guess
go ahead.
You're still using this in a new way that I wasn't connecting. So to me, I guess I thought that while there's the like to whiff function, correct? You can get a whiff from what to whiff, right? Yeah, right there. So
Yeah.
while there's a to whiff, I assumed there was like a to mnemonic or to recovery phrase basically from the whiff, or
And that's clear to me now, and that's why I was really confused, because now what you said before, now it clicks. Now I get where you're coming from. Now what you were saying makes perfect logical sense. 100%. Doesn't sound stupid at all. Sounds 100% reasonable. Where we were having the disconnect is that I was thinking, wait, what do you mean you're going to get something from a recovery phrase without doing some derivation sequence to get it? Because I had not thought that, and it's perfectly reasonable, because I think it ends up being the same size. It's 128 bits. Actually, wait, I guess you actually don't get enough bytes, because you only get 128 bits. For a private key, you only need 32 bytes. A public key is actually 64 bytes. So a public key, in effect, is a derivation algorithm, funnily enough. So
see, I don't even understand that. I don't know why that's funny.
well, a derivation algorithm is basically any time that you put in smaller input and get out bigger output.
Okay.
So the public key ends up having more entropy than the private key, and normally you would think private key strong, big entropy. Public key either equal or lesser entropy than private key.
Yes.
But that's not the case. In this case, the private key, because the way that the elliptic curve, and this is an aside, so put this in the not important or just tell me to shut up button. But the private key, when it plots a public key, it has an X and a Y value. And as you might be familiar with, a graph has 4 quadrants. It has an X axis, which is why we call it an X value, has a Y axis, why we call it a Y value. But when there's a curve in a graph, you just imagine the letter C going through a graph that has those 2 axes.
Mm-hmm.
The Y value will be in 2 places rather than in 1 place.
Wait, in what scenario would the Y value be in 2 places?
Anytime you have a curve on a graph.
Okay.
Well, I guess parabolic curves aren't that way, but anytime you have a curve that crosses the Y-axis twice, it's on. If you draw a circle on a graph,
mm-hmm.
there are always 2 X values and 2 Y values.
Mm-hmm.
So not 2 X values. There are always 2 Y values if you draw a circle on a graph. So if you draw an elliptic curve, it's the same. It's not a circle, but because if you pick one, I'm just imagining a perfect graph with a perfect circle. And so at 0, the height of the circle is the Y value above, and the depth of the circle is the Y value below. And if we went far enough to the right, we'd eventually encounter the tangent of the circle, at which point there would be only one Y value, but there's only 2 points on the circle where there's only one Y value on the graph, meaning that that, the circle goes across the line. So that's why we have at some point you'll hear the term compressed key. We only ever use compressed keys. At some previous iteration of some white paper, it's really weird because most of the libraries default to uncompressed key, which is just insane because we never use uncompressed keys. And they're dangerous because if you use an uncompressed key, you cannot recover that money. It is gone because the blockchain doesn't know how to use an uncompressed key. But anyway, the point
It would
being,
be like sending it across cryptocurrencies rather than to the same one.
Yep, it's a similar scenario. So a compressed key is simply, you actually don't need to know the Y value. You only need to know the X value, because if you know the X value, there are two possible Y values. All you need to know is it the top Y value or is it the bottom Y value? And there you only need one bit of information for that because it's a Boolean. It's true top, false bottom. So a public key is actually 33 bytes long, and a private key is 32 bytes long. An uncompressed public key is 64 bytes long because it has the X value and the specific Y value. A compressed private key or a compressed public key has the 32 bytes of the X value, but then only 1 byte that is either signaling it's the top value or it's the bottom value. And that's why it's called a compressed, is because it only includes the information that's necessary, which is what's the X value and which Y value, not the Y value, which Y value. So that is mostly auxiliary information. At some point you may encounter it, and knowing that that's something to consider, just having, not remembering the specifics, but just knowing that it's something to consider may prove to be helpful.
Yes. I mean, I think it already is. Like, you've just given me a lot of information I didn't have, and you helped me to realize I had a flawed assumption I was making about the whiffs to recovery phrases and stuff. So there's like, okay, that's actually an important distinction that, I was just, oh yeah, it's no big deal. I'm just making whiffs. Like, we can, print out recovery phrases for these people eventually. Like, I'll get that in the app. And it's like, oh wait, if anyone actually uses this with these whiffs, there ain't no recovery phrases. It's just the whiffs you'll be able to use to do stuff.
Yeah, and the point of a recovery phrase is that it is one phrase that encompasses many entities. I say entity because I was about to say wallet, but that term is so ambiguous that it is difficult to pinpoint what wallet, which semantic use of wallet are we talking about? But so I could distinguish by saying a wallet key versus an account key versus a coin key versus a use key, which we call an extended key. And I forgot to mention purpose key, and so on and so forth.
How many freaking keys? We need to drop the word key.
Well, I think that
And
it's actually important to call it it's important to call it a key, because that helps you to understand that. So a wallet, as I've defined it in that documentation, is actually not a different structure from an account or an extended key or an address key. They are all just a key. And the only difference is that I put a function on them that is appropriate for their depth, so that you don't accidentally use the wrong one. It is impossible with my library to accidentally use a key at the wrong depth. Well, that's not entirely true.
Challenge accepted.
If you use the derive path or derive child, it's open season. Those are there primarily for debugging. Well, derive path is there primarily for convenience, because sometimes you literally just want to derive one key and you don't care about the life cycle of your application. But and if you're only generating a key now and then, derive path is great. If you need to be able to quickly iterate over thousands of keys, derive path is not your friend.
In what scenario would you need to iterate over thousands of keys?
Well, let's say that you have a wallet that you've been using for 2 years. You need to be able to quickly iterate over thousands of keys at a moment's notice to be able to retrieve information about a specific key. Has this been spent or not? You might want to click the re-index button. You think that maybe there was some network funkiness and you missed some WebSocket broadcasts or whatever, and you want to re-index. Get the list of all the keys, check them against all the data that you have locally, see if any timestamps don't match. So, 5 times slower is not that big of a deal. It's, it'll take 3 to 10 seconds instead of half a second to 2 seconds. But, it's nice.
Okay, so then back to what I was trying to figure out, and maybe this is just my own personal preference, but I would prefer to have the option of generating a new wallet in the sense of a unique recovery phrase and managing that. So if you've got a CrowdNode account for one recovery phrase wallet, you can create a new account and still use that all through the same thing. And perhaps it's over siloing, but some of what I'm basing this on is comments you yourself have made, where like if you can track funds back eventually, given you're determined enough or have the right software, like you might want that whatever funds go into this one, it's unique and it's staying there, and it's not like, well, yeah, I used a different public address, but it's all technically in the same recovery phrase private wallet type of thing. Did I make that make sense, or was that too all over the place? So like I would prefer to make this in a way where you could create multiple recovery phrase type wallets and still use them in the way I was thinking that the WIFs were already working.
Yes. So, and this is, Edge Wallet does allow this. And I think that it's a tough one. There's a lot of things that can be done that have never been done that are going to be possible in Dash. So there are some good ideas that Dash platform has, and there might even arise some good implementations to carry them. The idea of actually making use of an HD path in a practical way is something I don't think anyone else is doing. Because it's essentially, they always use account 0, and they don't really have a sense of privacy, or it's just, there's an opportunity here, but how we go about it is there's a lot of implementation specific details where we're blazing a new path, and there's not really any predecessor to show us a pattern that's good. Bit 44, I think, is an amazing standard that is basically ignored. Because cryptocurrencies are predominantly used for scams and money laundering, and the people who are implementing things are backed by VCs and all that. They're not based on people that actually want a practical monetary system. Bit 44, in my opinion, is designed by people who wanted a practical monetary system. So to wind that back, I don't think for this implementation that it makes sense to have multiple recovery phrases. I think that there's some higher order choices that need to be discovered, and I don't think that this is the right place to discover them. That said, I'm not your boss, I'm not in charge of this project. It's 100% you're the man to make those decisions. But I personally don't think that this is the right project to explore that. I think that the wallet project is where UI and Nick and Ryan all come together and explore that.
I guess while I have not been working on the wallet, I have been thinking that a lot of this work would eventually either be copied over, or maybe not a lot of it, but some of the figuring out of the practical use case of using this in a UI and getting this functionality, because it does have the, you've got to be able to send dash to it, and you've got to be able to send dash out of it. And so there are a lot of the aspects that you would expect in a wallet in the first place. So I was assuming a lot of this work will eventually be, this isn't exactly what we want for the wallet, but we can actually copy this, this, and this, and we've got a good basis and hit the ground running for the wallet. So that was more my thinking, is it's because I've said from the get-go, I would love to have an actually full-fledged wallet with something like CrowdNode, built in, where it's not exactly built in, but you could easily I've got 50 dash. Let me just put that in CrowdNode because I don't need to spend it for 6 months.
So I would, from the perspective of making this code reusable for a wallet, I don't think this code is going to grow into the wallet. I think the opposite approach is what's going to happen, is that this needs to be, from my perspective, this needs to be a demonstrable product. I am heavily interested in people being able to see this and use it sooner rather than later. From that perspective of this being a component that could be used rather than something that is using, the approach that you already have is actually pretty decent, because you just take the storage mechanism and you say, this component, and I'm using the word component not in the view sense, but in the architecture sense, this component receives a storage mechanism that has keys in it. And this component doesn't care what abstraction composed those keys, whether it was hierarchical or whether it's a grouping, because I could have 3 different hierarchical wallets, and I could say, from this account in this wallet, and from this account in this wallet, and from this account in this wallet, I want to take this key and this key and this key and this key, and these I'm tagging these as CrowdNode keys. So the wallet now knows, don't spend these and don't use them for anything else. They're dedicated as CrowdNode keys. And the CrowdNode component receives a storage mechanism that has access to these keys, and it doesn't know that they came from 3 different wallets. That's from a practical perspective of can we get something that we can ship that has a pattern that we can reuse later? From the perspective of, I think that we will all benefit if you can level up as close to me as possible in terms of understanding the fundamental structures of how all of this crap happens. And I use the term crap affectionately, but to mean there's a lot of stuff that's hard and heavy going on.
Yeah.
I think that whatever path you take that gives you that knowledge will probably eclipse this app, because I've kind of accepted that due to circumstances and changes in direction in other organizations, sub-organizations, or co-ops, or whatever you want to call it within Dash, this doesn't feel like a priority anymore. This felt like an urgent priority, and now to me, I just get the sense of this is old news, it's deprecated, it's not the future.
Meaning CrowdNode UI.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's not to I mean, I want this to be done. I want us to have a completed product. But I'm just getting the sense that it's not as important to people as it seemed, that the time kind of passed and a bunch of things had happened and other announcements were made, and where this was actually something that I thought there was some sort of sense of people are going to be really excited to receive this. I hope they still are, but it just seems like there's been confusion, because now that there's this taste of, well, there's going to be a CrowdNode trustless system or whatever. It kind of invalidates what we've done.
Yeah, but they don't have a way of interacting with it through their UI, which is.
I get that, but I think that I think there may be the same sense of confusion that you and I feel about that. I think the general populace might feel about this. That because now they've been told multiple things, no matter what they get, it's not going to make sense to them, because it's not going to meet their expectations. That said, I hope that Ryan comments on this and says, AJ, you're so off base. You have no idea what you're talking about. You just haven't been participating in the channels because you're not a participator of channels. And as soon as we can get this out the door, fire and lightning are going to come down from the heavens and you fill the void.
Look, I don't know if there's expectations on this, but I think once I've got it wrapped up into the prettier UI that I'm planning, I think it'll blow people's socks off as something they'll want to use, because it is that clean of an experience. It ain't there yet. I thought it would be there, but then we've had several refactors here that I wasn't exactly intending on.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like this encryption stuff, like I can extract that crypto store stuff, separate it from the local storage, and then have it so if you want to use that exact same stuff in Node, you should be able to use the same library. Like I can separate that out, and then that's a solved problem, and we can get both the command line and this using it, and the wallet could potentially also use the same process. I'm assuming.
I don't think I'm going to invest. I'm just thinking of this right now. This is not something that I thought about before. I don't think I'm really going to invest more time into the command line.
Okay.
I think I'm going to invest time into the command line only in as much as it helps towards building a wallet, like the crypto stuff. I will probably do that with the command line. The crypto as in cryptography, the right way. But I don't think that I have any ambition to make it better, because I'm not seeing the vision anymore. I'm not seeing the excitement. I'm not seeing a reward on it other than in dollars. And there are so many other things that I think have more potential to be working on that I'm not seeing myself going back to the CrowdNode CLI to bring it up to snuff with this new set of tooling, because well, maybe I could actually, because there is a potential use case of somebody made a remark that it was scary for them to consider using it because of the number of dependencies. That would be the one reason I'd go back to it, is if it feels worth it to attract those sorts of people. But well, I don't know if I don't know, but I want to look more towards wallet and merchant payments. That's where I think that there's going to be a bigger difference made. And Ryan, if he comments or has some input on that, great.
I don't disagree with that, but I do think having an ability to at least invest your money in some form and earn some interest, and keeping it in, like, some reward for keeping it in Dash and not just transferring it out to USD or whatever your local currency, I think that has value. Like, oh yeah, I could put this in my bank, but I'm just going to earn 1%, but if I leave it here, I'll earn 6%, and Dash could go up in price. So even though I only earned this much more Dash, like, I think that is incentive. But I do think it's more incentive, at least from my perspective, where it would be incentive if it was where I was already storing the Dash that I was using.
Yes.
If it was like, and in the same way, like, I can use my Dash, I can stake or invest the Dash, or like I can also interact with merchants in the same way that if you use Dash Direct or something like that, and it makes a request, it hits the Dash wallet on your phone, and it makes a request from that, and it pays out automatically. I think having that kind of stuff all built into one thing is a great idea. Like, I would love if what we were building in was the trustless side of CrowdNode and not just the current implementation. If they got that in an API, I think that would be amazing, because then you've got, well, I'm not signing up for CrowdNode with an email or any other information. It's just connected to my wallet.
And that was my original, for wanting to get into this, was that exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so I see the value in that, where it's like, okay, my wallet is just this. Like, it doesn't need any of my identity information. It doesn't need any of this. Like, it is a store of money, and I can invest that money, or I can spend that money, and I can easily spend it if I want, or I can easily invest it if I want, but make that as easy and attractive as possible, I guess. And so I could see that this CrowdNode UI all on its own is not as beneficial as it built into the wallet or integrated in some form with the wallet type of thing, where, yeah, that I'm beating a dead horse at this point. But yeah, I agree with some of your sentiments, but some of them, I guess, I haven't reached the same conclusion you have yet.
Excellent.
Maybe I will, but not yet.
But the other reason that I would be excited for you to pursue the path that you're suggesting, with being able to have multiple recovery phrases and all that, is that it would put the grind on DashHD. And DashHD is a betting horse for me. I think that this is, I spent a lot of time on it, and I hope that it is the best HD wallet in the ecosystem. I think that it is. I believe that there is no better JavaScript code than this for an HD wallet, and that there is no better documentation than this for an HD wallet. With its failings, I think that you understood more about HD wallets tonight than I understood in my first 2 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know if I fully understood it, but I have more knowledge that as I run into things, I could go, oh, that's what he meant. Like, connection. Yeah. Okay, now I can move forward. Like, I do.
And there
think-
is a glossary too, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I skimmed that.
Yeah, so I am very interested personally in getting feedback and improving the documentation on this. I think that the discovery that we made that we need to call this a recovery phrase was a $50,000 discovery.
Mhm.
Well, maybe not that high because it's somewhat obvious because it's being done everywhere. But from the context of we're working at a lower level and nothing else at this low level refers to it in a way that is so easy to understand.
Mhm.
Let's call it a $10,000 discovery. That was an important discovery that we had of what words to use for this. And
Mhm.
I am so grateful that you took the time to go through that. And I tried to be more hands off and not answer your questions so directly so that we could see, have we captured and preserved this knowledge or not?
Yeah.
And we haven't perfectly, but I think that
But
just
there's also
seeing you
the
go through this.
stream. I've got you on the stream. This is being recorded. Like,
Yeah, and I think that
So-
we should actually cut a huge section of this and put it on the other channel.
oh yeah, that would be fine to put it on the Dash Incubator stuff, because I think this conversation, like especially after the end, it's helped work through some stuff, and you've explained a lot that, I mean, maybe you've already explained it on your own streams, but in a conversation like this is different from someone's chatting with you on your stream type of thing. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the other thought, I like, it's not important, but it's the thought I've had is, even if there's no code reuse between CrowdNode UI and whatever the wallet is, the fact that I'm learning how to use the tools you've now built, there will be knowledge transfer that I can take from it. So
Yes.
it might not be like we use any shred of this code, but if I know how to work with DashHD and Dash Keys and Dash Phrase and can just hit the ground running building the wallet, that will not be time lost.
Right.
But if we do get some snippets, if I am able to go, okay, this is how I'm working with it, it makes a lot of sense to have this function and these three things together, because whenever you're doing this in a UI, you basically always need these three things. I think there will be some stuff out of that where it will transfer over, even if it's not, we're using all of the UI type of thing. I don't expect us to use all or any of the UI necessarily, but I do think there will be some functionality here that, especially as I clean it up, it'll be like, okay, this is a good solid function that when you're trying to translate this into a user interface, you need something like this.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I don't know. We've had some rants. Good times.
We're had by all. Yeah. Okay, so I'm glad that we cleared up some stuff. Are there any other, do you want to go through anything right now? Do you want to try anything right now? Do you want, is there anything else I can assist with right now? And have we
Right
really been doing
now-
this for 2 hours?
I mean, I'm at 6 hours and 15 minutes on this stream, so
Wow.
you've been on probably at least 2 hours, maybe 3. I don't know about this call, but the
No,
call is
I've
an hour and a half.
I've been actively invested in this for 3 hours.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, anything else?
I mean, not right now. I think I'm ready for a break type of thing. Like,
Yep.
I've got so much information that my mind still needs to process. I was hoping to get to more of the stuff I was planning to, but I did need this information. Like, it's stuff but yeah. I think I need to process that. I wish I had more focus right now to do more of what I was planning, but I don't think I'm going to actually get to that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you though. Like, thanks for explaining all of that. And at least, worst come to worst, I can always rewatch this last 3 hours to like go, okay, what did he say? How did he explain it?
Yeah, well, and I think it is fine to have the conversation again, but the important thing to me is that we capture this in text, that the missing bits we get into things that other developers can use without watching a 3-hour stream.
Yep, I agree. Which, I mean, that might just be like, I think for me, I need to complete more of this and actually use some of what you've described, and then I
Yeah.
can try to compress it down into, here are the takeaways from this from a new to it perspective. Like, here are some like more AJ perspective, having been in it a while, like in the thick of it. Like, I think we can compress it down into a more digestible form for other developers. And yeah, like if we could write that up, or both of us write up our own versions and like interlink them, so we've got good reference material from like both perspectives type of thing. I think that would be great.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you go. I'm going to keep transcribing some of these notes and making some documentation changes.
Sweet. I might try and do a little bit more coding, but I don't know how much I'll realistically get done. But
Okay.
all right,
Well,
I will catch
I'll
you
hang
later.
up, but I'll stay on stream.
All right, later.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, Cool AJ86. Much appreciated. Man, for some reason, Jitsi, I think, automatically adjusts my microphone volume against my will. So if my audio was too quiet, my apologies. It kept getting turned down every time. All right. Oh, hey, I finally tested that, even though it's not real. This is what I was starting to work on and try and test is, let's see. I think that was the get stored keys. So oh wait, that's not right. Value index. I was not expecting that. So I was thinking this was going to return the, not just the string value. I thought it was going to return the value and the key, but it's just returning the key. So this is, I guess this would more likely be the key. So we could say key starts with so we're gonna make the prefix dk. So then we can say if key starts with prefix, we want to strip out the prefix from this and just return the key without it. So let's do a kind of vacillate between what I like to do. Could replace it and just remove it, or I could split at the string. I don't know what the best option is. I am going to split, I think. So split there, and we want the second value, which is the first index. All right. I think that should work. Let's refresh. Ooh, that didn't work. Oh, derp. Don't put it in a string. All right. There you go. So that gives us that. But what I was actually wanting here was I don't know, something like this maybe. And we're doing store and key. I think something like that. Let's see what that does. Object, object. So then if we go to get stored keys, instead of priv and pub, we're gonna do, actually, let's just wrap it like this, but reversed. Okay, I think that should do it. Nope. Oh, derp. Not an object. For an object. Let's see. Wait, no? Then no? Oh. That didn't work either. I'm forgetting all my JavaScript foo. What's going on? String. Was it an object? What am I going wrong? I thought it was an object. Okay, so instead of returning it this way, I'm gonna change this up and instead return an array. I think maybe this will fix it. Unless, I guess I could have messed this up a little bit. Let's see. So, I'm gonna do a comma. We actually want to return that in an array. Come down here, and this is where we'll do the array. There, all right. Ah, that's what I was going for. All right, so what the heck? Acting like I can't delete these. There we go. Oh no! I didn't mean to delete that. I meant to keep that one. Oh well. I at least know that's working. Okay. So I had commented out load keys here because it was using a bunch of these old methods that haven't been adjusted yet for a lot of the stuff AJ and I just spoke about. Hmm. Um, all right, so I think I know what I want to do right now is I want to hook up this generate new private key button. So we created this new form, generate priv key form. So we've got that encrypted one. Private key. So we want something similar to this one. I'm just going to come down at the end of it. Oh wait, there's two of them. We actually want this one, I think. Okay, so we want a d dot that's right. I've got some types that I added so this would stop complaining at me. So let's do that, and it's probably an HTML element. Okay, so on submit, we won't have a private key. I think I'm gonna cut all of that out for now. So let's, what do we have generate wise? Ooh, that's not right. Generate. So just those three. Oh, music's still super low. Yeah, I turn it down. How's that? Too loud? Too quiet? I don't know. I think that might be too loud, but you let me know if it's drowning me out. Or maybe you want it to drown me out. Alright, let's see. So what I'm wondering is, instead of doing this whiffs thing, if I can actually implement the generate HD. My voice is too low. If I think I need to turn the music down. My voice microphone is at max, and if I turn up my actual mic, it will go into the red. It's already bouncing into the yellow. I guess I can't. I'll bump up my mic a little bit. How's that? Any better? Wait, there's a full... I don't know, I'm into the yellow now. Advanced properties plus 12 dB. I mean, for some reason, when I look at my mic, it's at negative, not plus. So that's at, this is 0. So no negative decibels. I mean, this is my mic at maximum volume as far as not going into the positive decibels. Yeah, this isn't into the plus, it's just no minus. How's that? Now the music's a bit higher. I guess I'd rather plan for at maximum volume on someone's computer or speakers. It shouldn't blast out their speakers or kill their hearing. So I had adjusted things so that, and actually this is for my own experience, I had listened to one of my own videos when I first got started, and the volume was just like Burger King drive-through, like so loud that it was painful and couldn't be understood. All right, so let me see. Hopefully the audio is not too loud for anyone else. Apologies. It's been adjusted quite a bit, so might need to put a warning in the video. So you're concerned about the opposite, that you turn it up loud and forget to turn it back down or whatever. So then the next thing you listen to that didn't have my courteousness blows out your speakers or your eardrums. Got it. All right, so I did install DashHD already. Did I implement it in the imports? Let's see. Not looking like it. -hd slash move that to the top. Don't know if I'll regret that or not. Looks like you've got updates to the dash phrase, or you're telling me to add that as well. I did. Oh yeah. Let me pull that in too while I'm doing it. Oh, a PR. Is this the one you sent me earlier, or a different one? Passphrase is too ambiguous and there's more, better established terminology. Recovery phrase. So are you wanting an approval on this? Why don't I see the option? So recovery phrase, test fixtures. Okay. All right, let's get these in here and hope there's no problems. All right, let's see if these will just work without too much drama. Let's go back to the documentation real quick. Refresh this real quick. Word list. So generate seed. All right, let's call it that, and I'm gonna go back up to the top here. I need to rearrange all of this stuff. Let's see, async function. Nope. Generate recovery phrase. Okay, I need to add this into here, and also -hd. Okay. Now let's copy this. And I believe AJ said this would be an empty string. So target bit, word list, secret salt. Seed bytes. Word list would change to recovery phrase, and I'm gonna call that seed for now. And let's see, recovery phrase and seed. All right, so that's complaining. We'll expected 3 arguments, but got 2. Uh-oh. Options is not optional again. Dang it. That is in -hd. 2 seed. So 2 seed failed to mark the... Uh-oh. Is 2 seed one of the wrappers around dash phrase? Okay, I went to the wrong part. Not -hd. Dash phrase. Okay, 2 seed. Requires that. Ah, word list. Cannot, oh, derp. Something like that. All right, well, let's go ahead and see how this works to start with. So, private key. I'm actually going to comment a bunch of this out because I kind of just want to test this to start with. So console log, generate recovery phrase. All right, let's see what this outputs. Shall we? An error, require is not defined. So why did it fail there? Oh, DashHD, I know already. Imports, someone. There. Let's see if just moving these down will do it. I don't know if they all need to be moved down, but I prefer to keep a similar order. That did it. Okay, but, oh wait, there, that's what I was looking for. Cannot read properties of undefined reading generate main dash phrase generate. Dash phrase, dash HD. Okay, so generate recovery phrase, generate. 989. So dash phrase, generate, bit length, promise string, cannot read properties of undefined reading generate. So there's an error there of some sort. I don't know if it's on my side or the library yet. Let's see. Go back into, where is it? Dash phrase. Well, let's find generate. Async function bit length. All right, let's see. Console dot log. Gonna drop that there. Maybe we'll do a warn so it's easier to see. And we're going to say bytes. Let's just see if this prints out, shall we? And generate. No, it didn't. So let's put one right here. Say byte length. This one is bytes. Okay. Row line 89 dash phrase generate Cannot read properties of undefined reading generate. Right recovery phrase. Why is it undefined? What's going on? Dash phrase undefined. Ooh. Why is it undefined? So the import trickery is not working here. Why not? Dash phrase, window dash phrase, level this. Am I missing something? It must be. So it's getting the types when I import it that way, but it's seemingly not getting dash phrase. Why? All right, now I'm curious. Is it getting dash HD though? Dash HD and dash, nope, not that. Dash HD, do it. They're both undefined. Well, are any of these not undefined or what's going on? Let's see if any of these newer ones are defined. Okay, so sec p is defined, base 58 and ripe MD are all defined. So something's going wrong with dash phrase and dash HD. My guess is AJ swapped some way that he's defining these. So let's take a look at, I guess, ripe MD. It's got object type of window equals that. Well, what was the fix I just made? Was it dash keys where... Yeah, dash keys I had just made a change. Where I had to add this to even get access to it. So I'm wondering if it's some sort of change like that. So I do see this here. Dash keys, let's go to the top. Interesting. So dash keys is defined similarly up there. But it only worked when I had window dot dash keys assigned. No. I hadn't made the change to it's actually dash HD and dash phrase. So I had never made the change to these ones. But oh yeah, window is never used here. So my guess is if I took this and said let's say window dot dash phrase is equal to dash phrase and ts ignore. Right, so if I do that and refresh, this undefined should go away. Sure enough, it's now working. So now dash phrase is not undefined, but dash HD still is. So if I went into dash HD, this one is using something on window. Although it was, I think I'm using dash HD capitalized in my library, but it looks like not my library, but my implementation. So I go to imports and swippy swap that. So, and then what am I thinking of? Dash HD. I'm going to remove these so it's not as distracting. All right. So clear, and actually clear again, and generate. Yep, sure enough, assigning it explicitly to window gets it appearing. So both dash HD and dash phrase to work with browser imports, it has to explicitly assign it to window. It might assign it through, if you do the script tag, I mean, I have no doubt it would assign it with the script tag, but when you're doing the browser import, it has to have this basically setting it to effectively the global this type of thing so that you can use it. I don't know why, even though I'm importing it, so it should be type of module. I don't know why that won't work, but it doesn't. So you have to add stuff like that. It's freaking annoying. Oh. Okay, I should probably go in here and make those PRs before I forget. So edit that and edit this. Okay, let's see. So browser import fix. And haven't actually made it here yet. Power. No. Imports. So fix for browser imports. All right. Okay. Now at least those are out there. I'm not going to worry about the merges and stuff right now. I'll worry about that tomorrow. Or later today at this point. I did want to verify that the dash phrase is generating things correctly. Oh, that's weird. I didn't mean to log it like that. Oh, I meant to log the keys. That's right. Okay. Let's try that again. So recovery phrase and seed. Okay, cool. So we can create that. So let's see what else we can figure out in regards to this stuff. I'll delete those for now. Oh wait, I freaking closed that, didn't I? I think it was it here or in dash keys? Can I have a console log in one of these? Dash keys, dash phrase. That's what I was looking for. Alright. I don't think I need that or that. Alright, save. And let's go back to main. Okay, so we've got dash phrase, generate, target bit entropy, 2 seed. Wallet would be seed. Oh, another options is an optional, darn it. This is in DashHD, and I just freaking closed that again. Stop closing it. Gosh. From seed. That might actually be what I'm looking for. Yeah, that. Okay. So that gives us a wallet. I'm just going to shove everything in here for now and see how well it works and then separate it out once I get there. So that would give us the account. This would give us the, is that the public key? Extended private or public key. Oh wait, maybe I'd want to do this. Oh wait. Does this give both and this gives either? I think so. I'm gonna copy it in there. And yeah, I'll just output all of these things. I'm just trying to figure out what I need and want to use, and if there's any other things I need to make PRs for or anything like that. So wait, this one was generate an address key. Okay. And oh, darn it. I'm guessing more non-optional, optional. Okay, so and this is also -HD, I'm guessing, so I need 2if and 2address. 2if, I'm guessing this is the one. And the other one is 2address. That one. Okay. refresh and see what happens, shall we? Well, there we go. So we've got an account. We've got an address. We've got the recovery phrase. We've got the seed. The wallet. The with, the X key, the expriv, and pub. Did you reinstall missing a bunch of awaits? Like these ones should be awaits. Promise. Such is the downside to copying code off the internet. Assuming I don't await that. So not a bunch of awaits, but a couple of awaits. Okay, let's refresh. Generate new private key. Not private key, but all right, so xpub, xpriv, xkey. With wallet, seed, count. So with these, is the fact that this returned and didn't freak out meaning that it all succeeded? Because I didn't wrap any of this in a try-catch block. Even though down here, try-catches are used. And I'm also wondering if I actually needed to do anything like that. Why am I getting alerts I can't actually find or see? That's annoying. All right, let's see. Maybe this is a good wrapping up point. I've got at least DashHD and dash phrase importing in. I've been able to verify I can generate most of this stuff. There might be some more work there. But, well, there's definitely more work here, but it's a decent place where I can start using the dash HD and dash phrase, dash keys and stuff together. And ooh, I might be able to eliminate. Oh wait, I might still need it. Oh dang, that sucks. Might still need dash core lib for CrowdNode.js. That might be worth my time to figure out if I can decouple CrowdNode, unless AJ wants to do it, if we can decouple CrowdNode from dash core lib and use the dash HD keys. That would be awesome, because then we could just go forward and use that and it would eliminate like 1.5 megabytes or something like that. Get the actual size of dash HD, but I think it was something like that. Or sorry, not dash HD, dash core lib. Keep saying dash HD so much, that's the first thing that rolls off the tongue. Yeah, dash core lib, dist, whatever this is. So only 6, what is that? 3 million, more than 1.5 million lines of code. Minified. I don't know why I find that funny that minified it's 1.5 million. Sorry, not lines of code, characters. Now I want to actually find it and find out what the weight of it is on my actual hard drive right now. So let's see, we are in dash CrowdNode UI, node modules. Is it dash evo? Is it sorting like that? Come on, stop being dumb. Dash evo, dash core lib, dist. It is 1.6 megabytes minified. So yeah, if we could eliminate that, that would be amazing. I guess I haven't actually tried to calculate what AJ has built here, but my guess is it's under 100 kilobytes. I would even bet it's probably under 50 kilobytes. Maybe 50 is too good, but dash HD is 23. Let's see. Dash keys, it has several files, but it's 40. Dash phrase is 23. like 90 kilobytes, give or take. That's not bad. I guess I'm importing more than that, but it's still way under 1.6 megabytes. And we haven't even minified this stuff. We actually minified it. Save some more. Doing compression on the stuff. Yeah, that would be great. I guess I am importing all of this stuff, but still. Sweet. AJ's got some more changes out here. More changes. Okay. Hey Jay, are you on it? Oh wait, I missed some messages from you. Minified, I think under 100. Yeah, I would agree. Lots of type annotation comments for real. Without all the JS stock type stuff, I bet minified it would be under 100. I guess, yeah, I don't know as much about the Sec P256K1 stuff, but yeah. I think for real, less than 100 kilobytes versus 1.6 megabytes, that's freaking awesome. Like, rockstar, dude. Good job. I really want to get that swapped out for CrowdNode. Okay. All right. That's pretty dang late. I think it's time for me to wrap up. I am happy with this though. It is at least semi-functional. I verified these are getting done. There might be scenarios I need tests for and wrap in try catches and stuff, but at least we've got this. We know it's pulling in these things more or less correctly. Maybe there's some gotchas. I'll find out as I start to use the stuff more, but this is pretty dang good. And we've verified at least in part that this is working. What I believe I'll try to do on the next stream is get the new keys adding. So after you generate whatever you're going to store, that will get added to the local storage or session storage. I think I might just go ahead and drop session storage altogether and just everything gets in local storage. But I mean, I see I see reasons where if I'm using something in the command line, I might want to just have a visual way to deal with it real quick. And I don't care. Like, I know I've already got it in the command line. Maybe I've already got it backed up. I'm okay with it wiping out when my session ends. But I use private browsers so often, that's more or less how I operate. So, I don't know. I have mixed feelings. I like some stuff defaulting to session, but it's probably better for the average user to just default to local storage. And if they need to, they can clear their browser storage or whatever, or the storage for just the page. So, and I mean, I probably will even add some, like, put air quotes around this log out type of feature, which literally just clears the stuff. But maybe I'll insist they verify they have a backup of the stuff first before they can log out. All right, so next stream, get some of this new HD key, dash HD, dash keys, dash phrase, all of that stuff. Get it working where it's storing in the local